Yeah. Ghana. I'm so cool, I went to Africa. Back at school, they would laugh at us. Now it's cool to be black as fuck. Now it's cool to be from Africa, huh? Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. It's so cool to be from Africa. It's so cool to be from Africa. I'm so cool, I went to Africa. Back at school, they would laugh at us. Tell the truth, it was cruel. Now it's too cool to be black as fuck. Now it's cool to be from Africa. Now it's cool to be from Africa. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. Met the coolest youth with stamina. Eat the sweetest fruit, I match it up. Had some banku, ate some food with some good stew, belly bust. Kelly Welle, ate some red with some jollof, I enough. Plantain made me cuckoo, so much good food, man, ate too much. Yam chips too added up. Man, don't be mad at us. I took a plane from Canada. I can't complain, I landed, bruh. Soon as I landed, they handed up. All of that hate ain't adding up. I took my words and just backed it up. It's always been cool to be black as fuck. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. It's so cool to be from Africa. It's so cool to be from Africa. It's so cool to be from Africa, huh? Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. Strongest backs, they manage enough. Too cool, they balance food with no hands. This ain't a bluff. Next strong, they very tough. Made me just level up. It's always been cool to be black as fuck. It's always been cool to be black as fuck. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. The women intelligent, beautiful, fit, and hella thick, yeah. Dripped in melanin, sun kissed, it's evident, yeah. The men real gentlemen, so fine, so eloquent. Melanin dipped in elegance. Ghana is so heaven sent. Home of real medicine. Home of black excellence. Gain independence. By Ghana's first president. Kwame Nkrumah represents freedom with no hesitance. Justice and no settling. All of the riches from Africa. Met the coolest kids in Africa, boy. All of the wealth is in Africa. Buy some land and sell all of your toys. I need to get out of Canada. Create a business, now you self-employed. Your money will stretch like it's algebra. This is the truth, man. This ain't a ploy. Strongest facts, they manage enough. Too cool, they balance food with no hands. This ain't a bluff. Next strong, they very tough. Made me just level up. It's always been cool to be black as fuck. Always been cool to be black as fuck. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up. It's so cool to be from Africa. It's so cool to be from Africa. It's so cool to be from Africa, huh? Went to Ghana, now I'm acting up.
You know, they taught me words like Madase, Apauta, Fremi. Went to Ghana.
Okay, hey guys, what's up? So, topic is sending money back home, right? And I'll be honest with you guys, like, I maybe send $100 a month back home. That's about it. I don't really plan on sending any more ever because my parents are here. So, who would I be sending money back home to? My cousins, they're grown. You know, if they decided to make bad choices with their life, that's their problem. I can't take care of 50 plus people. You know what I mean? My grandmother, whenever I send stuff to my grandmother, somehow my cousins end up having it. Whenever like, okay, I get it. You know, she's older, so it wouldn't be smart to send her like an iPhone. But still, whenever I did, because I was like, I want to video call my grandmother, somehow my grandmother would never get it. You know, or she would have it for like 1 or 2 weeks and then automatically someone would steal it from her. So it's like, I ain't doing that stuff anymore. I'm not sending her or them Like my grandmother doesn't need a lot, to be honest, even because my parents send stuff to my grandmother. So it's like, what I gotta send back home, really? I don't really have anything to send back home. Like, all I have to do is maybe build, fix my house. That's about it. Like, I don't really have anything that I have to send back home. So, someone like me, do I need to send money back home? I don't really think so. And I don't think that. Like, when I hear some stories of people sending $500, $600 back home, like, good luck to you. Because that's not going to be me. That is not going to be. I'm not, listen, primary school is cheap. Secondary school for some people is not, but I mean, in Ghana, secondary school is free. So, university or college or post secondary, it's like if you have a child and that whole child's life, you never thought about saving money for university. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not paying for a kid to go to school. That's your kid. That's not mine. So like it's like I don't even feel guilty of any of those things. Like I don't. Like, it's not my responsibility. If I want to help, I can, but I'm not gonna go by the whole expectation of I should be expected to help. I feel like some Africans over here, it's like whenever they talk, they're like talking about back home, back home, back home. And I'm like, okay, but how about your life over here? Are you surviving over here? Are you surviving over here before you're always talking about back home? You're not there right now. You're over here. The way I see it is people back home should get, like, if you're about that sending money home life, people back home should get what's left over of what you have. It's not that, some aunties are here working another job just to send money back home. I'm like, why would you stress yourself out even more just to send money back home? Some people are really living backwards. I'm like, no. No. My sister is back home. She's married, right? So if my sister were to come to me and be like, I need this, I need that, and it's like, but what about your husband? Like, I send stuff to my sister sometimes, but it's like I'm not about to always be sending stuff. Like, I'll send stuff to my nephew, my sister's son, but she has a whole husband, so he should be taking care of the family. It's like when my dad, right, when my father was a kid, when my father was a kid, he had to, and when he became a young adult, or I should say older adult, he had to figure out how to make money for himself. He had to figure out how to get out of his situation, right? So, how come the same does not apply to other people, that they have to figure out how to out of that situation? Why should all of that rest on one person? A lot of people's families back home, it's like your auntie, you have like 10 aunties and uncles, right? Or like 11, 12, whatever. All those aunties and uncles have kids themselves. That's like over 100 people that you got to take care of. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not. I listen. The ones that the ones that talk to me, sure. So like maybe two or three, okay. But everyone else, yeah, you could figure it out yourself. You're a female, get a boyfriend, get a husband, figure it out. You're a man, wait till you're 30, wait till you're 40, figure it out. I'm not gonna be your come up. I'm trying to be my own come up. So I'm not gonna be your own come up. Is college in Ghana really expensive? I'm not sure about college, but I know university. Let's say university is like $3,000 a year. So I would say yes, that's expensive. $3,000 a year. That could be pretty expensive. But then, I mean, it, your parents are expected to pay that. If they can't pay that, then you have to work and go to school and pay for it yourself. That's kind of the expectation. Okay, yeah, Quissy, if you're here, you can call in. I'm in like about 20 minutes. I think I'll go ahead and show some figures of the average. Africans send about billions of dollars. Usually, the African diaspora in the West send about billions of dollars back home in terms of remittances. And then that begs the question of, you're sending billions back home annually. What are the billions being used for? Whenever you send an average African money back home, somehow it's always about, I need to build a house, I need to build a house, I need to build a house. And it's like, so why aren't people thinking about these big, huge businesses that people need instead of just building houses? It's like, what's with this mentality of, oh, we're just gonna build a house and chill and stop? Like, why are people so, it's like they're so small minded. And when you do see people building actual establishments and businesses, like for instance, I know this one family that has built a shea butter, cocoa butter establishment and business. It's just in small, like a small group of individuals that are doing that. It's not an actual collective. And what's even worse, the government does not get involved. So when you have a really good business plan, and you would think, okay, well, the government would support me, the government will help me, they'll give me grants, they'll give me loans, blah, blah, blah. They just watch you. They don't endorse it, they don't do anything. It's so much stress on individuals. And that really begs the question to me, are Africans really business minded? Because I don't think they are. The businesses that they talk about, like low level, I'm gonna invest into a market, and by market they don't mean an actual department or grocery store. They mean like a side market or like a small market where they sell provisions. It's like all these low level businesses that are not really doing anything is any that's just what everyone talks about. And I'm seriously wondering, with a mentality like that, what is even the point in investing in some of these business that are not going to go anywhere, to be quite honest? I feel like if Africans in diaspora want to get involved in businesses back home and in initiatives and things like that, you have to be on the ground to foresee it and do it yourself. You cannot just be giving somebody money over here and be expecting that they're doing what you want or what you need with that money. They are not the ones who worked hard, put their blood, sweat, and tears into getting those thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands. They're not the ones who did it. So if you give the money and you go like, "Oh, just do this for me, just do that for me," they're not going to do it properly. And this is something I wanted, because I know that there's someone in an African country who's listening to this right now. If you think I'm talking to you, I am talking to you, because you made a live stream recently about Africans in the diaspora are supposed to come back and like do everything. And I'm just like, why do you guys back on the continent, some of you guys, why do you guys feel like it's people's outside's responsibility to fix the state of your current country? Why can't you fix the state, the country that you're in? But you're always talking about, oh no, we need Africans from the West to help us. Would you guys on the continent, honest question, okay? You're probably not watching this right now, but when you watch it, answer me the question. Would you guys on the continent listen to Africans who who are coming from outside and have a different viewpoint? No, you wouldn't. So stop asking why Africans from outside are not doing it. It's annoying. It really is. I feel like Africans in the diaspora, right? Specifically, I mean actual Africans who left and are living in diaspora right now. They should have a choice as to whether they want to contribute to their home countries or not. It should be optional. It shouldn't be an expectation of, because this is the thing. Some people will say, well, other communities, the diaspora invest in their country. So do ours. But ours don't have a plan. So those investments that they're putting in the countries are not really doing anything. They're not really going anywhere. That's number one. Number two, a lot of these other countries, diasporas or past diasporas, had governments who funded them, took care of their schooling for them to learn things and to come back, took care of their expenses for them to learn things and come back, created initiatives, created organizations to help the diasporas to come back, integrate, do all of that stuff. Now you're expecting the same results with less infrastructure, or let's just say no infrastructure, no organizations, no goals, no plans. You're expecting these exact same diasporas who spend their own money to travel to the West, who spent their own money to go to school, who spent their own money to do blah, 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 blah. Now, all of a sudden, they have to come back and do it again. And another point of it that people don't like to hear, but it's the truth. A lot of these second, third generation Africans are not coming back to live. So, how much are you going to expect from someone who's not even going to go there or live there? I can't speak from a perspective. Well, actually technically I did used to live in Europe. So I could say the African diaspora in Europe, it makes more sense for them to return and them to go back and them to visit regularly, because it's usually, I don't know, maybe one flight, maybe 7 hour flight max, 10, 11, whatever. Not that bad. Africans in North America, you're talking about usually a 21 to 24, depends on the country, it could be 25, 30 hour flight back home. Not only is the flight much longer, guess what? More layovers, you have to pay more to go back home, anyways. So the thing is, what are these expectations that these Africans are even going to come back and visit? Because I could tell you, it's not something that I'm proud to admit, but I know Africans who have never gone back home. They're in their 20s now. They've not visited once. So someone like that, how would I expect somebody like that to contribute to their parents' country? Like at all. Why would I expect them to even care at all? But you actually have people saying, oh, but they should. Why would they, realistically speaking? Is the government from those countries, or are the government from those countries asking them to come back? Are they putting any plans, any initiatives to entice these people who've never been on the continent but whose parents were born in the continent? Is the government doing anything about that? No? Okay, then stop asking me. Please stop asking me. Besides engaging in corruption, it doesn't look like the governments in Africa do anything. No small business loans or anything to encourage development. Um, yeah, I don't know of any African countries that, maybe there's probably one or two, but I personally don't know of any African countries that give you loans to start businesses or to fund businesses. I don't even know of many African countries. By many, I mean the majority. I don't even know of programs in a lot of these African countries where you already have a business plan, or maybe your business is already active. It's already generating revenue. You just go to the government with your business plans, your balance sheets and all of that, and just say, hey, I need some help. I don't know of any African governments that will actually even fund or help you. A business that's already active and profitable. I don't know of any African countries where you could get that. So to me, it's like the just the way that these African governments treat people is just horrible. They don't encourage creativity. They don't encourage entrepreneurialism, which could actually help your country bring more jobs, blah, blah, blah. They don't do any of that. They want you to do everything yourself. And if you don't have the money to do it, you don't have the know how. See, a lot of people think that some Africans back home, they don't know how to do business or high level business, or they don't have any ideas. A lot of them have the ideas. The funding is not there. So, how can you thrive in an environment where you honestly, because I'm not trying to always compare, but I'm saying in other countries, if you have a business plan, if it's good enough, you could get somebody to sponsor your idea. Back home, that's like almost impossible. So it's like when you're in an environment like that, how is it really possible to thrive? How? Hmm. Do African citizens outside of Africa pay taxes to their country if they retain their citizenship? Uh, well, I don't think so, because I don't. I don't think so. I mean, I know, like, if you own property, there's a such thing as property tax, maybe for your home, but I'm not really too sure of taxes that you have to pay, to be quite honest. Okay, Quiz C, if you're there, you can honestly call in. Hey, what's going on? Greetings to everyone from the Prince of Mending Empire. Okay. Okay. Going back to the whole Africans sending money back home. I I'm just of the mindset that you just have to focus on where you are and where you're living. Um and you know what's sad? A lot of these Africans who send money back home, who are building all these projects, it's unfortunate, but if they don't actually hurry up and go home to live, they're gonna die in the West. It's happened. It's happened where African is like 50 something, they're 60 something, they've worked here for 30 years, they have a whole nice mansion back home, and for whatever reason, they get a heart attack, something happens to them, and they never end up going back. So to me, it's like, okay, you're going to waste 30 years to build a property that you most likely will not even live in. I'm not against building a house, right? But it's like you have to take care of yourself here too. The thing that I see of people just working 2, 3, 4 jobs, to take care of back home when they're not taking care of over here, I don't really like to see that. I don't think I see that much with the younger generation. The younger generation isn't as bad. But the older generation have been doing that for so long. And it's like, what is the point in doing all of this? The older generation still sends money back home for people to do businesses, for people to do this, for people to. I'm like, if you want a project to be done in Africa, you need to be there. There's no one you can send money to. Not your mother, not your uncle, not your sister, not your brother, not even your son or your wife. You have to physically be on the ground to make sure that whatever you want, whatever plans you have actually happen. It's like when people take the shortcut of, oh, the the plane fare or the ticket costs too much, so I'm just gonna hire somebody or send somebody else to run all these things, buy this land, do all these errands. It's the biggest mistake that people keep on making. And when you talk about, no offense, I'm not trying to throw any shade here, but when you talk about, okay, well, I'm going to use a third party, right? I'm going to use a verified business to make sure that, they could be the third party. Why would you trust a company when you're living in Canada? Why would you trust a company in Ghana when you're living in Canada? Are you going there and checking and verifying and reading and doing all of this? Are you doing that? No, but you're just going to trust the company because you see them online and think, okay, well, they must be great. The due diligences of back home are not the same as they are in the West. That's not even being mean. Well, people call it being mean all you want. Quality assurance, due diligences, the court system, the legal system is not the same. People, you can literally send your money to somebody in Ghana. The next day, they're going to Togo. You'll never see them again. But you're just trusting them because, oh, well, oh, they're my brother and sister, they're fellow African, No. You have to be on ground to do anything. Unless if it's maybe, hey, I don't know, but unless if maybe you have a really cool, really straight up spouse, that's the only person I'd say trust your spouse. Other than that, no. Like, I don't recommend doing business outside of the continent. You have to do it there. You cannot do it outside of the continent. I don't recommend it. I've heard too many horror stories, too many stories of you sending somebody 50K and then all of a sudden that person vanishes. I heard too many. Do you know? Do you know how easy it is to change your identity, change your name, change your passport, change your driver's license? If you pay the government the right amount of money, you bribe them the correct amount, you could change your whole name, still have the same picture. You could change your birth certificate. You could change all of your documentation very, very easily, your legal documentation. So when people are just so trusting of people who are capable of literally changing their identity in plain sight, it really just makes me think, do people not, do they, are they not aware or do they not care? Which one is it? Okay, courses and provide. I live in Canada and I will be going back to Africa for good by the time I turn 40. Same here, but it's not gonna be before 40. It's gonna be 4:30 for me. Um I'll retire at 40 and move back home to enjoy my savings and invest. Okay, question for you. Are you are you investing into anything right now? And if you are, who are you sending your money or who are you working with? Because I don't know where all these people are having or getting the opportunity to invest back home and they're not living there right now. I'm like, who are you trusting with your money? You know what I mean? Who are you trusting with your money? Hey, somebody owes me money and I'm here sweating. It's not even that much money. It literally isn't, but it's a lot to me because I want it in bulk to do something, right? How do people just give people they didn't grow up with thousands of dollars in Africa and go like, yeah, I trust you. Don't sign no documentation. Think of the black, especially think of the black situation. You bought land through PayPal. Like, how do people just do things like this? How? They wouldn't do things like this over here, right? But when it comes back to Africa, when it comes to Africa, any country in Africa, they just forget themselves. They just forget processes, they forget etiquette. I'm like, you guys know, even though I think the court system is garbage, it's bogus. Still, there are lawyers, there are legal aids, there are people who can help you out available. You could just ask them for help. But instead of consulting actual professionals, these people think they know everything and could do everything themselves in a system that's foreign. At least over here, if you're doing any of these things, there are protections set for you and the client, or yourself and the client. But when it comes to over there, for the most part, in a lot of these countries, let me just say Central and West Africa, these type of systems do not exist. And fortunately, fortunately, if they do exist, which is very rare, they do not work. Why does why does corruption exist if these systems work? Right? So it to me it's always interesting when you just hear people just speak so they just have such a positive mindset and a positive attitude of business when it comes to Africans. And I'm just like, do you guys know who you're talking about? Like, I know it sounds harsh, but sometimes people just need to hear the reality. Like, the only, okay, let me say it like this, right? Let me say it like this. The only Africans, right, that I would work with are Africans who came from the diaspora and understand what it's like, or Africans who happen to be in the upper class or middle upper class in Africa. I'm not working with somebody who makes $2,000 a year in Africa. I'm not working with somebody unless if they're my employee, okay, but they're not gonna be my CEO. They're not gonna be my co-equal. No. The mentality is quite different. And that's just the fact. And it doesn't need to hurt anyone's feelings. No, it doesn't need to. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just being real. I've heard of too many stories of Africans getting burned by the system back home to do the same at my age. No, 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 it's not happening. You think, especially if you're African, yeah, if you're African, you have a bit of an accent, um, you look different. Maybe, I don't know, you don't look, I don't know, I don't know what the word is, but you just don't look like you've been living there for a long time. Let's just say that you dress a bit different, right? They could tell that you're not really from there. Like you're from there, but you're not really from there. So they know who has been living there the whole time. They know who's been living there. They know who's left and they know who's came back. So you think that the average African is not going to try to pull one over on you. Well, when they see diasporas, it's payday for the most not all. Trust me, you have some really cool ones. But I mean, the average one will just think that you're a payday, like your ATM bank. You have so much money. You know, I did this recently, right? I did this recently. I, because I have this weird thing that like I change my WhatsApp profile picture sometimes multiple times in a day, and sometimes I will post the status on there. So I have a lot of Africans on my WhatsApp for obvious reasons. S- Recently, right, I went Christmas shopping, so I had a status of just a whole bunch of Christmas bags, right? And those were gifts for other people. That wasn't me shopping for myself. As soon as I posted that status, a couple hours later, you had some Africans message me like, "Oh, you must be living nice. That's how rich people do." And I'm just like, so because I went Christmas shopping and I have a whole bunch of bags, I'm automatically rich. You literally had some African people, like, well, I can't do the same, so you're rich to me. And I'm just like, that's rich? I asked one of these people, right? Or one of these guys. I was like, I would say an average salary here, you could probably make 3,000 a month. That's not rich. That's kind of average. $3,000 a month, right? And they were looking at me like, "Do you know what I could do if I had $3,000 a month?" And I'm like, "You understand that people in the West don't. If you make $3,000 a month, you understand that you're not putting $3,000 in your bank account, right? Do you understand that you have bills? Understand that usually rent ranges from 60 to 70% of your paycheck. Like you understand that, if you have a car, you gotta, if it's leased or financed, you have to pay for that car every month. Like you understand that you actually have to buy gas. You understand that if you live in a house, you have to pay for heating, water, light bill, then you have to pay for food. Like you understand that you making $3,000 a month doesn't mean that you have $3,000 a month. They don't get it. they literally don't understand that concept. Cause I'll say this: back in Ghana, usually you pay rent annually, or if you're lucky, sometimes you could get semi annually. Now, if you're really lucky, you may be able to get a monthly deal. That's not common though, right? That's very not common. Usually you pay rent annually. So they don't understand for the most part the concept of, oh wait, you have to pay rent every month? Yes. Even if you so they don't understand. They don't understand. So yeah, people like that, and no offense to them, but people like that, can you really come to the same level with them? Because they don't have the same concept of money, savings, finances as you do. Now you could say, okay, well, I'm forced to be this way. Well, that's still better than never having to do it in your life and not understanding it. Yeah, I know my savings plans are amazing. I know how to save money because I don't like, believe it or not, I don't spend money on clothes like that. Yeah, I don't spend money on clothes. I don't spend money on shoes. What I spend my money on is on electronics. So what I'll do is I'll like save money and just make one big purchase. That's how I spend, right? So I don't spend money really on miscellaneous. I can't even speak, guys. Yo, I'm an immigrant. Miscellaneous stuff. Like I don't spend money on that. So I know how to save. I know how to budget. I know how to finance. I know how to do all that. Been doing it for some time now, actually. So if I'm speaking to somebody right on the continent, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know how to save." It's like, okay, you know how to save hundreds. Do you know how to save thousands? Do you know how to save tens of thousands? Hey, I'm not at the baller status where you talk about saving hundreds of thousands, but I can save tens of thousands. I can. I've done it before. So it's like, how can you work with someone who's never seen even $5,000 in their life before? I'm not even trying to be mean here. I'm just being honest. How? And these are the people that you want to work with. These are the people that you want to send money to. What? That's not gonna be me. That is not gonna be me. Okay, invest in the West first before. Yeah, I agree. Since I have one West African and two East African employees, it's been nothing but a positive experience. Um, okay, they're employees though. They're not. They're not. Okay, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having African employees, right? But I'm saying if you're doing actual head-to-head business, you need to work with people who are your same class. Like, yeah, like you need to work with people who are in your same income range or the same equivalent in Africa. So, for instance, when I go there, the people that I would do business with are people who already are making at least $3,000 to $4,000 a year. Those are the people that I would talk to. Those are the people who I would come together and do business with. I wouldn't put my money and invest with somebody who makes, wait, did I say $3,000 to $4,000? I meant a month. My bad. Would I would I come together and, invest in a business with someone who makes $300 a month? No. I would hire them as an employee, but I wouldn't come together with somebody who makes $300 a month. And I've listed the reasons why I would not do that. it's no shade. It's not like they're not trustable, but uh, it's just not. I don't see eye to eye with someone who makes $300 a month. I just don't. And it's not bad that they make $300 a month. It's just I literally don't see eye to eye with them on so many things. And I'm speaking from experience. Okay, you're saying poor people are not even on the internet. That's correct. That's correct. Poor people can't. Hmm. I mean, the internet packages are data packages for the most part. There are some Wi-Fi packages that's not as popular though. So if you're if you have to use your data daily, or if you have those type of plans where as soon as your data runs out, you're out of the internet, it's not really feasible for you to be on YouTube like that. That's why most Africans like to use Instagram or TikTok. They don't really like to use YouTube because YouTube takes up too much data, to be quite honest. But yeah, okay. I guess no one has nothing to say. Um, I'll just wait a little bit. WhatsApp is the best to retain data. Yeah. Honestly, you know what my cousins do? They'll be on WhatsApp for like, let's say 7 to 8 hours, and then all of a sudden they'll just switch it off. Like they'll just turn the app off. So you'll call them, there'll be one check mark. You'll be like, ah, where's this person? And then they automatically at night, because a lot of my cousins have the night plan or one of the night plans, they'll come on. So they usually just use whatever data they can get and then they turn it off. And that honestly, like, bro, that anyway, all I'm saying, all I'm saying is when I go back and chill there, I'm gonna have to be on the whole, everything is gonna have to be an Oberni or Muzungu plan for me, because I cannot do the whole. I could go a couple. I think I could do 2 days max without data or internet, but like I can't do the whole. I'm just not gonna turn my phone on or turn my laptop on for a whole week. Like, I don't think I could do that. Yeah, and I don't really want to do that. But yeah, I have a question for you since everyone else doesn't want to talk. Um I have a question for you, I specifically. How do you feel about the whole notion of sending money back home? Like, I think maybe some people came in later. I'm not completely against it. I'm just against sending too much money back home. And I'm also against sending money back home without a plan. I'm very much against that because I can't speak for everyone, but I've witnessed the past 20 years the failures of a lot of Africans sending money back home, and it's resulted into absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then you have to ask, why would you send money back home to people who aren't doing anything productive with it? It's like you're coming here to work really hard. You're coming here to be talked bad about. Europe especially, right? Well, I should say the low budget European European countries. You're dealing with all of that. Being called an African, being treated bad, doing all of this only to send money back home for people to be partying with that money. Where's the plan? Where are the plans, I should ask? Now, this is not to take away from those who are actually doing a good job. Of course, you could always look at examples and be like, oh, there are people building hotels, there are people building clinics, there are people building resorts. But out of the percentage of Africans or diaspora that are over here, how many people have done that? How? How many? Because if you ask me, the average African or the African diaspora is sending money back home to build a farm, a small scale farm, not even a big commercial farm that could actually yield any substantial amount of profits, or they're sending money back home to build a home for themselves, and that's about it. So it's like, why would you travel all these miles, all these kilometers? Why would you, why would you, some of you, almost drown in the Mediterranean Sea just to send money back home to build a house? Where are these plans? Why are we thinking like this? When will we do better? And I'm actually speaking a lot. The the older generation who are in their 60s and 70s, I understand this game over, so I'm not really speaking to them. But to the younger people, where are your guys' plans? What are you guys doing? You know, I don't really see it for the most part. I guess maybe the truth is a lot of people have given up and they don't care anymore. And if that's the case, we just have to be honest about that. But stop lying and saying that you're helping your country, you invest in your country, you're doing this and that, and you're doing nothing. Just stop, because it's getting embarrassing at this point. If it's not for someone's education, it's a waste of money. I was born in the West, so I don't feel obligated anymore. There was a time I did, though. Yeah, same here. And, I've had some Africans on the continent say that's a very selfish mindset, but you also have to ask the question of, when you traveled, right? Who did you travel for? Did you travel for your whole village, or did you travel for yourself and your future? And by your future, I mean your future children, your grandchildren, great grandchildren. Who did you travel for? Because if I traveled for my village, then I understand helping the whole village. But if I didn't travel for my own village, then Why am I expected to help the whole village? Listen, my parents are a different case, right? Because they lived there for at least 30 to 40 years before they left. They have lifelong bonds with people back home. I only have about an 8-year period or a 8-year bond with a lot of the people over there, right? So I don't have those same obligations, to be quite honest. I don't have, as I mentioned before earlier in the stream, my parents are here. So I already know that they're going to be taken care of in the future. My parents are retiring back home, but they've worked here for some time. They're going to get pensions, right? They've already built their houses. They're going to have money coming in from this government to take care of them in the future. Am I saying I'm not going to take care of my parents? Absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying I know my parents are pretty secured, right? So if I know that my parents are good, if I know that my grandmother is good, who else do I have to help over there? Who? I even have some of my extended family over here, right? I have some of my extended family in the UK. I have some of my extended family. Well, when I say some, I mean like I think like one aunt in Belgium, cousin there. I have another uh, uncle in Australia, and then I have another family friend in Atlanta, Georgia, in the US. So when I see all of that, the question to me is, who am I expected to take care of? Like, I haven't even started my family yet, but you're telling me I'm supposed to take care of people who, no offense, I don't really know like that. You know, my mom used to say, because believe it or not, I do help out with my nephew. Okay, he's an exception because that's my baby. I love him so much. I want the best for him, right? But other than that, I don't have no kids. I don't have family yet, right? So who am I supposed to take care of? Who? Nobody, right? But there's this expectation that I'm supposed to take out $500 from my paycheck to look after everyone else. When it's like, did they do that? Did they do that for my parents? No. But I have to do that for them. Why? Because I'm not there? Why? So I could be guilted that, oh, you're over here, you're making more money, you have to help all of us? No, you need to help yourself. You need to help yourself. And if I see that you're helping yourself, I can help you. That's one of the lessons I actually learned from my mother. Because I watched how my mother would invest into people back home. She would always make sure she invested into someone who was serious, someone who was already doing something, someone who already had a business and all she had to do is like sponsor it or fund it. My mother would not invest, give money to someone who sits at home all day and be like, here, why don't you take this and start a business? No. She would give money, donate money, send money, fund people who were already doing it. So to me, that's the same principle, that's the same model that I'm going to take. If you're telling me I need to help somebody back home, I need you or I need them to show me and tell me what they're doing. Because if the answer is nothing, then that's what you're getting from me. Absolutely nothing. And I don't feel guilty for saying that. I do not feel one bit guilty for saying that at all. Because at the end of the day, to me, and I'll just be honest about this, to me, immediate family is the most important family to me personally, right? Because my cousins have their own parents, their own aunties and uncles, their own grandparents that they also need to think about before they think of me. So if I'm using that principle, I feel less bad. I don't feel as guilty. And as I mentioned, I was only there for a period of about 8 years. I've been out longer than I've been in. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Well, technically, I should say 8 years and then I went back. So I guess, let's say 13 years altogether. And that's it. Back when I was there, my parents had to do everything for me. No one else's parents helped me. Okay, maybe if you're talking about babysitting, sure. Yeah, I had a couple of aunts and uncles that, watched me for a while. So what? I'm supposed to now give them tens of thousands of dollars because they watched me a couple of times. Yeah, no. The only person who I feel like I feel 100% obligated to help at no cost, even if she doesn't deserve it, is my grandmother. That's the only person I feel 100% obligated to help no matter what. Because my grandma is like an angel to me. Like, I just, I don't need, I don't even want to think about that right now because I will literally cry. Like, I love her so much. So, so, so much. So much. She's the only person I send things to regularly to, not just money, but like perfume, clothes, into my like kente, cloths, things like that, shoes. But I mean, other than that, like, are you really see when I say this? Some people will call me mean, but let me ask you this: are you expecting me to take care of a 50-year-old man, a 50-year-old woman who have children that can take care of her? You expect me to take care of that? Yes, she's my aunt, but are you honestly expecting me to see if my aunt is sick, she needs help to pay for her medical bills? I can do that. But if you're telling me I have to pay for my aunt, my 50-year-old aunt, rent, yeah, no, sorry, I'm not doing that. I don't even feel guilty about that. Sorry. She has children. She can ask them. Like, people don't even get it. Like, people, do people know? Like, I pay a mortgage. Do people know that? Like, I have bills too. Do people not understand that? Anyway, but yeah, Chrissy,
Yeah, yeah.
what's
What's
going
up?
on?
Yeah, I was just listening to the live show where at the start, and I've only just jump on your channel like last few minutes. So I've not heard the middle part, but I heard you say in regards to sending money back home to family members who may have so you when you was young, and maybe they may be expecting that now that you're in in the West and maybe you're successful, because to them, anyone who's in the West is successful, maybe be able to, help them with money and stuff, which is not a bad thing. But I think those back home on a continent are not really. See, those back home on the continent, when they see people from the West come back home, they see them in, big houses, driving nice cars, going to the nicest hotel restaurants. So they see them as living a luxury. They don't really know how hard, we in the West have to work to be able to enjoy like the 1 month holiday that we go to, that one, even once a year or maybe once every 3, 4 years, the 1 month holiday we go to, they see us in the flashy cars, nice self-contained home. So they're a bit taken aback that, hold on a minute, I asked you for let's say $100. You can't even give it to me, but you're sitting in a, I don't know, like a 4x4 car, living in a self-contained, you're wearing nice clothes, shoes, or whatever. So they begin to look at us in the West as like greedy, and I've kind of got that look. Not as in greedy, but I gave a friend some money and they seem to have not appreciated the money I gave them. And I was like, okay, does this guy know how hard I had to work like 3, 4 hours? This is years ago. I had to work like 3, 4 hours to earn that money I gave to him as a gift, but they were going on as if I've given them nothing. So I think maybe the another problem maybe because us in the West and particularly the young men, when they do go back home, I don't know about other Africans from other countries, but the Ghanaians, when they do go back home, the buggers, they tend to be flashy, to impress the ladies, they tend to be flashy. So it's giving the impression that, you know, the West is easy, there's money here. And the West is obviously economically is millions of times better than the rest of the world, not just Africa, but the rest of the world is way ahead. But things are not, all milk and honey. It is very hard in the West, and I think when a lot of Africans travel to the West and they see how hard it is, they're like, "Raw, I didn't know it was this hard." So yeah, you're right in terms of as for the family members who expect a bit too much from us, it sort of depends on what the family member did for you. So if someone did something for you growing up, which I do have a few people who helped me when I was growing up in Ghana, then when you're in the West, you should be able to help them. But it depends on how much they helped you and also how much you've got at the moment whilst in the West. But at least once in a while, you should be maybe when you go on holiday, you should be able to, buy them gifts. The little things will make them happy, like a watch or a phone or some shoes stuff. Yeah, you can't buy it for everyone, but definitely the people you are close with, you can definitely get them. You should definitely get them gifts because at the end of the day, we in the West are still um in terms of the materialistic wealth, we still have way more than those back home on the continent in terms of materialistic wealth. So that's why they see it that way. But you're right in terms of you've got a mortgage, you've got this. Um, see, back home they don't really see it that way. They don't really see it as in we got mortgage, we got well. They already see the flashy cars, the self-contained house people have built, the nice clothes, the fancy restaurants and hotels we go to when on holiday. That's all they see. So if we're living that lifestyle, they obviously see it as okay. You can tell them you're suffering, but they don't see it that way because as long as they're concerned, you're living this lifestyle, But they don't know that a lot of people come and live that lifestyle. That's the 1 month holiday is the only time they get to live a luxury lifestyle. For the most part, after 1 month holiday is done in Africa or Ghana, they have to come back to their normal boring lives in the West. In the cold, working a 9 to 5 on minimum wage. But yeah, I think that's but definitely if someone did help you when you was growing up in Africa and you end up in the West, you should try and help them back, because yeah, I think what goes around comes around. So if you do good, good will come back to you. So yeah, that's just my opinion anyway.
Yeah, no, thanks for calling. It was really nice to hear from you again. I 100% agree with you. If somebody helped you back home and you want to show appreciation, you can definitely do that. Um, like for instance, older people who help me, I'll be more willing to listen to them if they see that they need help with their kids and stuff like that. What my mom would do usually is she would buy phones, like she'll buy phones for uncles and aunties and things like that. Me, I'm not a baller like that. So what I would do is I would like buy perfume, I'll buy t-shirts. For the little babies, I'll buy like toffee, chocolate, like little cookies, biscuits, like things like that. And they would really appreciate it. But that makes sense. That makes sense.
I
Like
think it.
doing it for people who helped you, that makes a lot of sense
I,
actually.
yeah, I think another thing is that when it comes to create, people who helped you. When it comes to like creating employment, you can always look to them. Be like, you know what, I want to start. Let's say you want to build like some shops and you're renting out, but you need someone to sort of manage it or take care of the shops whilst you're not there. You can, pay them some money per month, and they'll sort of once in a while pop in the shop to make sure everything's in order. Nobody's the shops that you rented out, everything's running smoothly, and yeah, so it creates employment. You can always look to them as an opportunity to create employment. They can take some of them are loyal. If some of them when you send them money, that's it. They would misuse the money, but some of them if you do send them money, they will invest in the business you ask of them, and I think those are the real ones you need to keep close to you because if you do make a lot of money in the West with the dollar and the pounds and the euro being much higher than the currencies in Africa, you will at some point want to invest back home, and you will rely on these same people to buy you land, to build your house, to build your store, to build your shop, to build your business, whilst paying them at the same time for obviously working for you. I heard the part in the beginning where you said something like you only associate yourself with Africans in the diaspora or Africans who are like upper or middle class. So that's the part I was hearing about. I was a bit busy, so I had to come off the YouTube. I came back on, but that part when I was listening to, I was like, okay, that makes sense. If you're making a lot of money, generally speaking, you would want to associate yourself with people who are also making a serious amount of money, so you can, do business together. But then I thought, and you said you obviously work with someone who's obviously working class or something in Ghana in terms of if you're employing them. So I decided to say, okay, that's a brilliant idea. But I think it all depends, like in terms of because the Africans in the diaspora, there's two types of Africans in the diaspora. Those that are like born in the West and those that migrated to the West. They're two different people. They think different. Those that are born in the West live through the
Yeah.
whole. They tend to be more, they gravitate towards the Western world. A lot of them are in their 20s, 30s, probably never been back to their parents' countries before. But those that lived in Africa for a little bit or grew up there and migrated, they're a bit different to those who lived their entire lives in the Europe, except for maybe they go on holiday once in a while to their countries. Those are two different groups. I think if you want to do business with people back home in Ghana, then I think it's better to do it with the Africans or the Ghanaians who lived in Ghana a little bit and migrated. Because I think one thing we don't realize that those born in the West, when they go back home, they have no context, they have no links, they don't know anyone, they have no friends there, they have no. Because business is not just about money; it's about links, like who you know, and contact and business. So I think that when you were saying in terms of associating yourself with the upper class, upper income or middle income Africans and the diaspora, I think you had to break it down to explain which group of Africans in the diaspora you're talking about. You're talking about those born in the West or those who migrated to those. Those who are born in the West, generally speaking, they don't really. I don't see them as investing in because I have cousins in the UK America, and I've never ever heard one of them ever say they're looking to invest back home. But those that were, the other family members who were born in Ghana and migrated to the West, they always look towards home to like do some business or something. So yeah, that's what I wanted to. Yeah, and I think those Africans born and raised in the West and have never really lived back home in Africa. I think they're their own people. They're a bit different to those on the continent. They're a bit more, though some of them will tell you they're black Canadian or they're black British. That's the black British. Some
No, Charlie, I'm British for. I'm African for.
yeah,
I'm Ghana for.
yeah. There's I've been the thing is I've been the interesting about black British people is that it's sort of okay when I came in when I came back to the UK because I was born in the UK, lived here, grew up here, but I lived in Ghana for a while as well. When I came back to the UK and I came in contact with like let's say Africans born in the UK, or let's say Ghanaians to be more specific, and they're a bit different to those back home in Ghana. Like there's a big difference. Those in the UK are a lot more closer to the whites or the British people, like culturally in terms of their mindset, their way of doing things is different. I didn't see them in any way, shape, or form similar to those back home in Ghana. They were not similar at all.
Do the
So
British people see them as one of them?
no, the British people do not see the Ghanaians born in UK as one of them. No, they don't see
No,
them as one
okay,
of them.
all right, that's okay.
No, but the Ghanaians born in the UK, some
They
of
see
them,
themselves as British,
yeah, some of
I
but
don't
them,
even see them as Ghanaian, to be honest.
the
some of
British
them,
don't see them as British. That's
yeah, the
interesting.
British don't see them as British. Obviously, you saw how you saw what England fans did to Saka when he missed the penalty, the abuse he
Yeah,
was getting.
yeah.
Yeah, so they don't see them as
Sorry, yeah,
British.
of listening to you. Sorry for cutting you short. I just want to talk about like life in general. I think being generous is a good thing. It's those feelings that makes you happy. You understand? I don't think you should really help people because you want them to like honor you, see you as like some kind of a god to them. I think if you're doing that, that's where you got problems. So we in the West, I see myself as most of us on these YouTube streams, some of us in the West, I consider that we are very privileged people. Like we are amongst the most privileged Africans. You understand? And sometimes we may take these things for granted. There are people like really, really poor people that don't even dream of having the privilege you have. Okay. And it's not of their fault in any way. You're just privileged. You're just lucky, for the most part. There's nothing wrong helping someone that is not privileged like you. I don't see anything wrong with that. You understand what I mean? Like for example, like I take myself for example, my family, like no one needs anything from anyone. You understand? I'm the last but one. My junior brother, he's a major in the British Army. That's the last one. Okay. My mom, she's retired. She was a teacher. She's got a pension. She doesn't need anything from nobody. And that's it. So if I'm giving my mom anything, it's just out of my own love because maybe I think, your mom, maybe sometimes, but she does not need anything from any of us. But when I go home, this is what I do. Like during the December time, I always buy a cow. Okay, that's not for me, that's not for my family, it's for the community, and these people like it. So when I go, I just buy a cow and make like a big Christmas party, a barbecue, and everyone in the community comes. It costs me like nothing. Maybe it's gonna cost you like 500, maybe $500, just like helping, reaching out to these poor people. That's just all what you need. It makes you feel happy, and it makes these people make these people love you. You understand? Because I really consider myself like privileged. I see like people that I believe are better than me. They're hardworking than me. The more strong, they've got more drive. But that's not just privilege. It's not of their own fault. So there's nothing wrong for you to help people that are poor. Or there's nothing wrong with that. They don't need to help you, or they don't need to be part of your family or part of some kind of a close circle. Just help. I don't see anything wrong with that.
But
It's just
yeah,
like a
Yeah,
life.
we weren't saying don't help people back home. We were saying don't help people back home at the expense of your own life. That's what we were saying.
Hmm.
yeah. Also, yeah, yeah. I also wanted to interject quickly, and that is that the other talker Kifaru, I think his name is, was saying that it's not their fault they're poor. I actually think if you an adult and you're in poverty, I actually think it's your fault you're in poverty to some extent, not entirely, because sometimes your circumstances can make choices for you in life. But if you're in poverty in, let's say, a country in Africa, and you're living in poverty, like you turn 18, so you're an adult, and 10 years later you're age 28 and you're still in poverty, it has to be your fault because you have the power to change your circumstances or to change your the situation you're in. Once you're 18 plus, you're an adult. Even if not even you're 18, you can be 14, 15, 16, 17, you can change, but obviously you're a bit too young. But 18 plus, you get to 25 upwards and you're still in poverty, I think it becomes your fault because you should be able to try and change your situation. I know it's hard, but
Hmm.
yeah, that's
No.
just something I wanted to say because you said that we are lucky. I
Yes.
don't know, Kifaru, I guess you're in the West. We are not lucky because our parents, well, depends on how you got to the West, but us as individuals to the West or our parents who came here, they had to work hard to get here. Nothing was handed over to them freely. They had to, get in contact with a connection man who tried to get them. These things are not e- these things cost money. You'd have to work in years to save money to get a connection man who could get you to the
But
West. So
have you not seen hardworking Ghanaians who are poor? People like really hardworking. Don't
yeah,
you? So,
I've seen that.
okay,
The thing is, Kifaru, if
okay.
you're poor, then after like you're 18 years old, okay, you reach, let's say, 24, 25, then let's say you reach 28. 10 years later, after being an adult, 18 to 28, you're still poor, then it's your fault simply because you should be able to try to get out of that situation. Because if
Hmm.
you blame your circumstances, you would live your entire life in poverty. In
Look,
terms of
okay.
hardworking people, yeah, in terms of
This
hardworking
let me just cut you short. That is not true. You understand? I think the environment in which they live don't permit them to excel. See, there are countless people from the West who thought, okay, I can get money and go to Africa and invest. After 2 years, they're running and coming back to the West. Why do you think that? Because that environment is not conducive for them. Countless people they've gone to do business in Africa, and before you know, they're running and coming back. It's not because they're not hardworking, it's the environment. The environment of Africa, the African countries, is hard for these people. These people are hardworking. My idea is the environment that they live is making them work on a minus, on a disadvantage.
so
So if you have to do a lot, okay, and some people, maybe your parents or whatever, our parents, they had someone that was pushing them, they had someone that could help them somehow. You might not know, an auntie or what, an uncle, whatever. But there's some people who actually they've got nothing, and maybe some of them, maybe they're the breadwinner of their families. They're just sacrificing their own lives to help their own like these big families. You understand? And
yeah, but
they're, they're going to do that anyway.
you're not understand. There's a lot of people in the West who are in poverty as well. And there's people in the richest country in America who you'd call they're sleeping
Okay,
outside.
that one is like lazy. If you're in America and you're poor, you're lazy. That's
No,
why I
no,
was
no,
if you
no, you can't say that because,
No, no, no. I would say that if you're in the West, I don't see any reason for someone. If you work in the West, if you work in normal job, 9 to 5, okay, you can't be poor. You might not just have so much money, but your standard of living will be
Yeah,
at default.
yeah, I think it depends on what we classify as standard of living and what we classify as poverty. The
Okay.
point I'm trying to make,
Mhm.
there's a lot of people in the West who are basically living on a breadline. They're like one or two job, or let's say their boss cancels their pay for like 2 months, and I don't know, the company doesn't have enough money to pay the worker. A lot of them are like one or two paychecks away from being homeless, if you know what I mean. So that is classified as poverty as well.
Well,
It may not
yeah,
be African standard
I
poverty.
get you. I don't really like to talk about the West because, come on, the West is a complete different environment. You can be poor in the West and you apply for benefits. They will feed you. They will give you free house. You have. They will give you almost everything if you don't want to work in the West. The people who live their life like that. So going homeless is a choice. In Africa, there's nothing like that, bro. There's nothing
No,
like
no,
that.
no.
If you
I
decide
think
you don't work, you can apply for some kind of, I don't know, benefits or whatever, and they'll give you. You will not go starve. You will still just live normally. You'll be poor, but not like begging and sleeping outside. The state is gonna take care of you. So we can't really be comparing the West and Africa. I don't think it makes sense in any way.
yeah, obviously, I just said that the West is a million times ahead of every other
Good. So that's why I
economic
say we in the
economic.
West we are privileged to be here.
Yeah, but the thing I'm trying to make is that you said that people, let's say African countries, if they are poor, it's not their fault. That is true to
Some
an extent,
people, yeah.
but people have to take responsibility for their own lives or responsibility for the situation they're in. If you're like 28 years old, a decade after you reach adulthood, and you're still living in poverty, then it's your fault because you can change your
Hmm.
situation.
Okay, that's crazy. Come on, I don't know where. I don't know where. I think were you born and raised in the West?
Yeah.
No.
No, I was born and
Okay,
raised in the West, but I lived in Ghana before as well.
Okay,
Oh,
go. Okay, you live in Ghana. Okay, there are some people in Africa that did not go to school. They did not have the privilege to be educated because when they were small, they had to work together, to raise the like to manage to support the family. They were taken away from school. People like that, there's really, really, really little they can do to help themselves. You understand? They live in their own world. You understand? They're just struggling to survive. Those people, it's not their fault they were born in those situations. But if someone go to school, get to the university, has a degree, he can't be complaining. I get that. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about like those, like the average Ghanaian. Those are not average Ghanaians, people who have no formal education. They did not have the opportunity to go to school. There are many people like that. They were
Yeah,
like stopped from education
that's the
because of the
government's
circumstances.
job to help
no,
them.
but
Exactly.
but
Exactly.
no, 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 no. I think that we have to be careful. It's not
Mm.
the government also, it's people have to take responsibility for their own
No,
selves.
no, no. Casey, Casey,
Because
Casey, the
no,
government
no,
has the
yeah,
responsibility
obviously
to
the
take care of
government
its
has
people.
responsibility, but the point I'm trying to say, you cannot sit on your ass cheek,
But
on your
Kwesi,
ass in
but,
poverty and saying the government should be helping me.
but Kwesi
It's wrong.
Kafar, Kwesi, you know the type of people Kafar is talking about. He's talking about dirt poor, living like not even compound. They live in
Like
like
a
mud
street hawker,
houses. How
like
are
a
they
Hmm.
street
supposed to
hawker.
help themselves? They have nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not African millennial. Do you know Kwame Despite in Ghana?
Yes.
Do you know how he started off as? He used to be a street hawker. You know what a street hawker is?
Yeah, you sell like stuff like
Yeah, he
buyer
used to
or
sell CDs.
like
No,
He used to sell
come
peanuts
on,
and things
come
like
on.
that.
See,
What?
yeah.
we
So
can't
let me
take
finish.
one
Let me
person to
no, no, no.
generalize,
He
Kwesi.
sold
You can
CDs and now he's successful. The point I'm trying to make is you,
no, come
you're
on.
in that so you can still turn things around because in this life here, nobody's gonna come and hand over opportunities to you. That doesn't happen, certainly in Ghana and in most places. No, you have to go and create opportunity for yourself. If you're living in poverty in Ghana or anywhere in Africa, and you're sitting there saying the government, yes, the government should do this, do that, but they're not going to do it. So it's up to you, the individual who's in poverty, to make something
No,
out of
the,
yourself.
there's a limit, you know. I don't know if you actually you really think there's some people who can just get out of poverty because it's they're in Africa, that's your fault or whatever. No, not really.
I'm
There's
not
some
saying it's
people
their
that
fault
are
in
just
poverty. I'm not saying
unfortunate
it's their
in
fault,
life.
but they should be able to try to get out of the situation they're in. I understand.
Look at the example you made that this guy sold CDs and became what millionaire, whatever. It's like you expect everyone that's singing to become like Jay-Z or Beyonce.
No,
Is
no,
that what
no,
you're trying to say? Just
no.
because Jay-Z made it through singing, so everyone should make it through singing. You don't know what they did. Okay, now people say Jay-Z was a drug dealer. The guy that he did, he don't know what he was doing before he came that wealthy. You understand? So we can't just judge like that. It's not,
No,
it's not, it's not easy for a hawker in Africa, with the Africa I know, to become a millionaire through selling stuff on the
no.
street.
Obviously, we're not expecting everyone who lives poverty to come in there, but they should be able to at least, as the year goes by, progress. For example, you can sell things like even if you can sell pure water, and then you
So what
stop every year.
Kwesi, so you're gonna say pure water, you build a house, get married in Africa, buy
No,
land?
no,
Is
no.
that
You
you
didn't. You
really
didn't.
think that's possible?
No, you didn't listen to what I said. You can
Okay.
scale up. So whatever you're selling, you multiply every year. What you can do is even
Yeah.
start your own factory. These things are possible.
Kwesi, I just want to give you an example. You go to Ghana, you see these old women with things on their head. Maybe they're selling some fruit and banana. Maybe all the capital, what they're selling a day, maybe it's like $5. Like for a day, that's what they have on their head. Maybe it's just like $5. And these people working hard. They get up in the morning at 5 o'clock. They're not educated. They don't have some formal education too. They can't help themselves more than that because they were born in that situation. But they're
Well,
hardworking people.
if they're still in that situation after so many decades gone by, then they have to blame themselves as well.
Oh
Uh,
my
It's
god,
let me finish.
you're
How
so
can you not
mean.
let me finish? How
all
can
right, okay,
Oh,
go
and
ahead.
you let me
Kwesi,
finish? How
before
can
you finish your point, do you remember someone's greeting you? Do you remember a rude boy?
a rude boy? Yeah, yeah, the Ethiopian guy.
Yeah, that's him. It's Eritrean, but still
No,
same thing.
Eritrean, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's greeting you. But anyways, yeah, continue.
Look, the point I'm trying to make here, I understand. Look, the other brother on the panel, I agree with you. All the points you're making, I agree with you. I'm not saying I disagree with you, but let's say if me or Kifar, let's say we're both in that situation, yeah, and Kifar was like, okay, I'm in poverty, so this is the situation. I'm just gonna live in it, and that's it. This is my life. But I have a mindset that I'm in a situation, but I'm gonna do everything I can to get out of this poverty situation, and I'm making that bold steps. You're looking for other business opportunities, looking for other, even if it's selling other things that is maybe a bit trendy to get out of the situation, then obviously eventually the chances are I will make it out of that situation more than Kefaru, who's like, you know what, I've given up, I'm in poverty, I'm gonna be in this situation forever. So I think sometimes there's something called the law of attraction. Your mindset can change a lot of things for you in your life. So
So
I'm not
what
saying
if you don't have, if you were not educated to have the mindset you're talking about?
no, it's common sense. It's nothing to do with education can sometimes be overrated as well. I think that's
No,
something
when
we
I say education, I'm not talking about academics, going to school and having a degree,
I mean literacy,
like
being able to read
general,
and
yeah,
type.
literacy. Let's literacy.
Yeah, there's some people who who look in terms of literacy. I understand you. Yeah, obviously you need to be able to read and write to do a lot of things in life these days all over the world. But there's something also called common sense and just being smart and taking opportunities in life. And even in the countries in Africa, people are living successful. People are hustling and they've become successful. Or at least they're doing okay for themselves. It's not an impossible thing to do something to better your life, and it's not impossible. Like it is possible to
People
better
in
your life.
Africa suffer. I don't know what you mean. So
No, when you say people
the
asking
vast
people to speak
majority of
up,
you see, you can't go to like Ghana and live in, I don't know, Accra, and check people who live in a really I don't know, maybe good neighborhood in Accra, and use them as a scale to measure Ghanaians. You can't do that. You understand? Because some of those people were privileged. Some of those people had some heads up in life. Some people, they had opportunities. They had to start above some other people. You can't really use that to measure, because sometimes if you know how they got help, who helped them, godfathers like that, you might not. You'll be surprised that these people had boost. But my idea is what I'm just trying to say. In the West, we're privileged. I know people who are in Africa. If they could have the opportunity I had, they would be far better than me, like 10 times, because the way the spirit of working, the way they perceive life, their energy is bigger than mine. But just because I'm in a country that in a continent that I don't really need to like kill myself to have what I have, they consider me better. But I know that these people, if they come to the West, they have the same opportunity, they'll be better off. So if you are privileged, you go to Africa, help people. Don't expect them to pay you back. That's just my point, because
Okay.
they have no
obviously
privilege.
Uh,
you should
You
help
are.
people. The point is, you
mm,
shouldn't just live life saying, if I'm here and I get opportunity, you should be, no matter where you are in life, you should be able to create opportunities for yourself. If you can't get a job, you can be self-employed. In Ghana, in a lot of countries, you can become self-employed and make it. It's not impossible.
So, well, I'll give you an example. The people who are making it here in the West, they go to Africa and they fail to make it. Why?
Well, because they fail to make it. Because if you have no, if you have money, let's say you live in the West, you get all the capital in the world, you go back home to your country and you invest in
And
um. Okay. Can hello? Is anybody there?
yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I think he went up. But the question I have, what is the expectation that the African diaspora, the African that left, what are they supposed to do for Africans back home?
Well, you need to help build your country. You don't need to do it for anyone particular. You need to do your best how to develop your local community if you can't. Educate people, tell people how things. You don't necessarily need to give people money. Just explain things to them. Try to develop your local community. Be part of something. Build. No, as I said, just go make some party, local people. The eat, that's just all you need. You understand? No, go make some open party and invite everyone. Take $500 of your money, throw a party. People will be happy. Sometimes little things like that. Maybe sometimes that's just what they need from you.
Do you expect Africans that were born here to participate in helping Africa?
Hmm. This is the thing. If they want to, okay, but they should decide what side they are. You understand? I personally, I don't really. I deal with Africans that were born and raised in the West from a distance. You understand what I mean? I see them as you African, but I treat them from a distance because I don't really understand where they belong. Sometimes they themselves don't really understand. They have an option. If they go to Africa and something goes bad, they will run back and come to their Western countries. You understand? But Africans in the continent don't have that option. That's just the country they have. So I prefer to work with them because they have nowhere to go. They have nowhere to run to. If those in the West want to be part of it, fine. But if they don't want to, I don't know. I don't expect them. It's something that you should like it. But if you don't want to be African, be European. Don't be in the middle. Yes, just be European. Don't be in the middle. So when you come to Europe and they insult you, they throw bananas on you, don't want to and go back to Africa and say we're Africans. No, just be European and just stay and deal with all the mess. You understand?
Oh my
What about
god.
those who are half of an African origin and half of another European origin? Where do they stand?
Like mixed race people,
Yep, for an example, yeah.
it's the same. It's the same. It's to me it's the same. But
Yeah.
well, most people can decide. You understand? But for most part, they always come back to the homeland of their European parents. Most of them, that's always their first choice. You understand? They just want to talk about Africa. Oh, I'm African. This, but they don't really, they can decide to be in Europe because at least those people, the European, accept them more than you, like black. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. I mixed race, they, to be honest, they're exceptional. Like if they
Yes,
feel
yes.
not to do it, then that you should understand. Like I don't feel that bad.
But
But
if you
for the
see a mixed
Africans
race
born here, same thing.
that really loves Africa, they are into Africa. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah,
They
yeah.
want to be like they will fight for Africa, not like some black British or black Canadian or this Afro-Pins and Afro-Cones, the people that are British, things like that. Yeah. Sometimes the mixed race ones are even better. They're more patriotic for some reason. The patriotic, you understand?
Listen-
Yeah. So
Yeah, I think in regards to
Mhm.
the Black British thing that you just mentioned, so the Africans born in the West versus the Africans from the diaspora and how you see them. I think it obviously varies from individual to individual, how they see themselves. But I think that as the Africans stay longer and longer in the Western countries, they'll begin to integrate a bit more.
That's my
So
fear.
yeah, they'll begin to integrate a bit more in terms of how they see themselves. Obviously, they will see themselves as a black person,
well,
but they
is
wouldn't.
it? It's
But
not
they,
them. It's not they wanting to integrate. It's the society accepting them. You
I don't think it's
understand?
about the society accepting them or not. They themselves will integrate simply because, let's say, if you go to an African in the UK and the UK is the only thing they know,
Well, I think yeah,
they're not gonna see themselves as any other
it's
thing
as
except British
mm,
because that's all
it's a
they know.
subculture. You said it correctly. They're not like British. They're not like Africans. It's some kind of a subculture. You
Yeah, they'll
understand
see
what I mean?
themselves as Black Brits because what the Africans born in the UK are saying is that when they go back home, yeah, the people back home are not accepting them. So if
Yeah,
uh
yeah, yeah,
if a
yeah,
black
yeah.
okay, so if a Ghanaians and a lot of Africans in the UK when they go back home, they are called Obronis or white boys and white girls because they don't understand the local language and how they speak, their mannerism and how they behave and act. The local Ghanaians or Nigerians or whatever see them as um Oyibo or Brony or Muzungu. They see them as like Western or white or whatever. And when they're in the UK, they're obviously not seen fully British. So there's a bit of a lack of identity or not lack of identity. Yeah, I think that's the right word. Lack of
But
identity or they
don't
don't
you
fit
think?
in. They don't fit
Don't
in
you
fully in the
think?
UK. They
mm,
don't fit
don't you
in
think they are the ones who want to make people know they are Western? Because I've seen it like many times. They go like they want to be snobbish, carry their noses, want to make people think, well, they know better. And when you do that, you're gonna have people who are gonna treat you as a foreigner. But I think if you come,
No,
you
I don't
just be
think it. I don't.
normal.
No,
You just integrate with the people. You just be a
no,
normal
Kifaro. I
person.
don't think it's that simple because if a Ghanaian British person, like a British born Ghanaian, goes to Ghana and they're speaking in their British accent and their mannerism, they will be seen as Obroni because maybe they can't even speak the Chi. How can you integrate the local culture when you can't even speak the local language, even
Okay.
in a broken version? So they'll be
This is
seen
I get
as
you, Chrissy. You don't
Yeah.
expect you were born and raised in the UK, and you go to Ghana and be 1 month, and you want everyone to see you as Ghana. If you stay there longer, they're gonna see you like a normal Ghanaian. That's for sure. But you don't expect you go and stay for a month and you want them. You're gonna be strange still. You're trying to be. You will try
No,
to fit in the group.
you're not understanding what I'm saying. If they come back here to African countries and those in Africa reject them, then that forces them to relate more with the European countries they came from, because those in Africa have clearly rejected them. And in life, there's nothing more sadder than being rejected by people you think are your own. So I
It's
think
it's it's,
in
it's, it's time. How long? What's the time factor here? Let's talk with time. I don't expect people to to just accept you. You speak differently. When you speak, people are gonna stare. That's just normal. That's just normal. You should accept that. But when you live, if you actually want to be Ghanaian, you live in Ghana for 2, 3 years. No one is going to care where you come from. They're going to see you like a Ghanaian, because before you know, you start dressing dusty like them. Before you know, you're part of the community. You understand?
no, you
But
don't.
I
Yeah, I
understand
understand what you're saying, but the point I'm
exactly.
trying to make it is that as Africans live longer and longer in the Western countries, Canada, UK, for example, and they are born here, and their kids are born here, and their parents are born here, and 2, 3 generations, they would lose contact with the African countries they're from. They will, they
Mm.
would still have contact with they'll still know that's where they're from, but they wouldn't be as strongly connected as maybe their grandparents were, because their
That's by
parents were.
choice. That's
Come
by
again?
choice. It's by choice.
Yeah, it is by choice, but
It is
No,
by
it's
choice.
not. No, it's
it's
not by
most
choice.
likely gonna happen because even if you look at a lot of the second generation Africans that are born here, they're not the same as their parents.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and the second
They're not.
generation, the second
Good.
generation do not send money back home like their
Yeah.
parents do. The
Well, I don't
third
even
generation,
expect. Yeah, it's not part of their culture. Of course,
exactly,
when someone is born and raised in Europe, they're gonna have some European culture in them. You understand?
exactly. That's the
That's
point
that.
I'm trying to make here. And I think
But
after a
that's
few
what I say is by
generations,
choice.
you didn't let me finish speaking. After a few generations, they'll become their own people. It's not by choice. It's they're basically a product of the environment.
Okay, they're gonna come to you. Okay, like let's take an example of an African American. So you're gonna become like African Americans because that's
Yeah.
the
So
okay.
just how as
But
blacks in
okay,
America see
but
themselves
look,
as
look, okay, look,
American,
look at the situation. Are they really welcome in America?
it's not about black Americans are not obviously don't have power in America, but the vast majority of them still see themselves as American.
Good, good. Yeah, I can't argue
So it's not
that.
about if they're accepted or not, it's about how they see themselves, generally speaking. And the vast majority of them see themselves as American. This is a
Okay.
fact.
So okay, Casey, okay, Kwesi, do you expect first generation Africans or should speak on matters that pertains to the African continent, or they should just stay away out from it? They
No,
should stay
of
away
course they can
away
speak
from it.
about it because that's where they're
What?
from.
No, no,
But
no, no, no. Man. That's what I say. You need to decide if you want to be European or Black British. Be Black British. Stay away from African people's problem. You're not African. You want to be Black British, fine. No one is going to reject that. So why do you still want to talk about African topic? Ah, it's gone.
yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, look,
Yeah, you stopped. Yeah, in terms of the Africans in UK who want to see themselves as Black British and they should stay out of African conversations, convos, or whatever. It's very hard because they are an extension of Africa.
but they know nothing about Africa, Kwesi.
They may not know anything about Africa, but it's still their bloodline and their lineage. So they will still some
Mm.
indirectly, because I think one thing I noticed about
You
the
want you're
UK, yeah,
choosing. You
I
you want
forgot
to
to
choose.
come again.
You're trying to choose when to be African and when to be not. You don't want to be African where you need to send money to
I mean,
Africa
if
because that's
someone
not part of your
says, yeah, if
culture, but
someone
you want to
says,
talk
yeah,
about Africa.
if someone says that, two African to be British and two British to be African, I think they're confusing themselves with those words, because if you say two African to be British and two British to be African, it means you're trying to fit in one on another. I think as a person, as an individual, you should have one identity. You can't have a hyphenated identity, because that's going to create confusion even for your
Hmm.
kids. They wouldn't even know. If their parents don't know who they are, their kids are
Hmm.
definitely going to be even more confused. So I think you're right in terms of, if you're Black British, you're Black British. If you
Yes,
see yourself as a
yes,
Black African, you're Black African. You can't be both at the same
exactly.
time.
Yeah, that's why I say you need to decide where you are, and if you're Black British, stay Black British. When people are talking about Africa, that's not you. You've got nothing to do with it, because
Yeah, that is
sometimes
true as well. That
these
is true
people
because
they want to choose when to be African and when to be British.
Uh,
We're not going to accept that.
but I have a question. Whose fault is it that I'm just gonna say for certain African countries, whose fault is it that in the West the kids cannot speak their language, their parent language? Whose fault is that?
Well, it can only be
Because
your fault
people are always
until
blaming the
18 years.
kids, and I'm like, how can you blame somebody who never lived in Africa that they can't speak their parents' language? How is that their fault?
Of
well, it's
course,
obviously,
it's
well,
your
it
parents'
depends. Their
fault. Yes.
parents, and it kind of also depends on the neighborhood you're living in. Because, yeah, and how many, like, let's say a Ghanaian growing up in the 90s, there wasn't really that many Ghanaians in the UK in the 90s. So if you're a young Ghanaian kid, there's no other Ghanaians to speak it with. But now, in 2022, there's so many Ghanaians in the UK, so it's a lot easier
Ah, no, I don't.
But
it's
I
a,
but
don't
but
buy
but
that. Is you didn't speak it at home? Why did your
but in the
parents not speak your
90s,
language to you?
those Ghanaians were just straight out of Africa. They were like African Africans. They were just coming into the Europe. So there were even more Ghanaians than these present ones. There were not so many second, third generation by then. That's like a long time ago. So they should be speaking your language.
no, no, you're not understand the point I was about to make. I think in terms of, not, I'm trying to say now there's more Ghanaians, so the kids who are born here, yes, a lot of them cannot speak it, but at the same time, a lot of them can speak it because they go to church that has like a chi service. They're watching now because of YouTube. They're watching more like Ghanaian based series that is in the Chi language with English subtitles. There's now
Yeah.
music videos. I think the internet has made the world a smaller place. So there's so many ways you can learn the language even without your parents' help. So yeah, I
Yeah,
think there's actually
this is the thing. People claim black British until when they're being hit with racism, then they start looking for their Ghanaian roots or their African roots, bro. That's always how it ends.
that's the thing. That's, you see, that's what I always say
So
to
you can't
people.
really hide from. Like I was watching, I think TV. There's one woman. She worked in I think she was a queen something. I don't know. And they're asking her now where is she from, and she's mad.
Oh,
She talks.
Ngozi Fulani.
I don't know. Maybe why are you
Yeah,
mad? They're
that's her
asking
name.
you, where are you really from? And she had to resign because they're telling her you're not British. That's that identity crisis. So it's always going to get to you one day. So you can run away from it. When people see you out of Britain, they're going to be, when they look at you, that straight they know you're African. They're not even going to ask you. They just assume that's just who you are. But if you want to run away from it for whatever reason, that's your choice. You have to deal with the consequences of that someday in your life. So you can be British, born in British, live in British, but stay connected to Africa. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's the best option.
Yeah, she resigned because she complained of. She said that that's RACISM.
Yeah.
Sorry,
What
I have
what
to
what
spell it out.
Yeah.
But
Well,
that's what she said. And I'm just like, I don't know if that is that. It's curiosity. I don't blame a white British person
of
for
course,
asking a black person where they're from. Like, I don't.
if I see you in Cameroon, you even speak my language, I will ask you where are you from if you're Muzungu. If
Right.
you see you in Cameroon, I ask you no, where are you really from? Because you don't fit there. That's just the truth. Maybe the tone of asking it might come out the R word, but I ask you where are you really from? Even if you speak my language perfectly like me, I will say where are you really from? And that's just the truth. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. No one is telling you to go, but come on, you know.
Yeah, that's why I personally see something wrong with this people calling themselves black British, black this, black that.
Yeah, that's
To
it.
me,
I
When
think, I
it's
think,
pointless
I
to
think,
call yourself any of those things.
no, I think sometimes people calling themselves Black British. I think that a lot of people have to realize that the UK practices something called in multiculturalism and integration. Like every single country is different, and in the UK, one of the things I noticed is that they the UK is a country that sort of babysits the minority groups. I don't know what other countries are like. I know Canada's kind of under the UK, kind of, because obviously the royal family is on the current side, so it's kind of still under the UK, but it may be run different. But the UK is a country where they kind of babysit the minority groups. So when I say they sort of babysit minority groups, they let them know this is how they want them to identify themselves. So they try to integrate the minority groups into British society. In France, for example, they don't even do it like in the UK. Recently, they released the census. They do it every 10 years. They count the population, and the census just came out, I think, last week or something. France doesn't do census because they don't want to count the different ethnic groups and put it on the system. But the UK do that, and they do have this integration programs in British society in terms of integrating the different ethnic group, and they have this word called multiculturalism and ethnic enrichment. So I,
why are we the ones who always want to integrate, man? Why,
no, no,
why?
no, no, I'm not
No,
saying blacks are the ones that want to integrate, but generally speaking, the UK does have this mindset or slogan or whatever you want to call it of integration and multiculturalism.
hmm
That's something.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's basically now, if you look at the forms, yeah, if you want to tick where you're from, you can now tick Black British. So first you used to be you could tick Black and you have to tick where your parents are from. It's not that normal. Now you can tick the Black British only, and that means you identify as Black British, and that's how it is now. And I don't know whether to see it as a good thing or a bad
Yeah,
thing.
that is on the political point of thing, but that's not real life. You understand what I mean? On the papers, the political form of things, yeah, people, you can be political British, but in the real life, it does not work like that. You're not going to take black British when someone asks you a question. They'll see you as an African. You can check the form, whatever. Yes, that's good. But in real life, that does not matter. You see what happens. So, like,
No,
it's
but the thing is that a lot of blacks in the UK are seeing themselves as Black British. This is a fact. They see themselves as Black British. Now, I don't exactly know what Black British means. Obviously, Black British person obviously means a black person with a British passport, British citizenship. It doesn't really mean anything other than that.
mm,
Um, in terms of people who see themselves Black British, I tend to look at them. I agree with how they see themselves, yes, but
no,
in a
to
bit like
me,
okay, if
sorry.
something happens in the
Mm,
UK
yeah.
now and they say everyone should go back to their countries, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna be like, okay, my mom or my grandparents are from I don't know this country, so I'm gonna go back. You see, you're gonna look stupid at that point. So I think
Sorry, what was your point? What was
who
the
me
example?
me
Yeah.
if you call yourself Black British and something happens, like there's a war or something, and they said like everyone should go back to their countries, where are the Black
They're
British people gonna go?
gonna
They do
stay in
have
the
their
UK.
country. They have okay, they're gonna stay in the UK.
Yeah, where are they
No,
going?
but
They're staying
then
in the UK.
they will be kicking them out. They'll be like, everyone should go. Look, at that
Kwesi,
point,
Kwesi, I
so
get
that
what you mean. Yeah, but to me, the perfect people who can call themselves black anything is black Americans because they have a unique history. You understand? They actually don't even know who they are anymore, where their parents or great grandparents were. But I'll tell you, 80, maybe 99 or 98% of black people in the British, they know exactly where they come from. They may still have some cousins, your grandmothers, your great aunts still living somewhere in the world. They know exactly where they come from. So you can't tell me that they don't know if something happens to the UK and say go back. They know they might not want to go because they might think, well, they might not be accepted. That's another question. But they know exactly where they're from. That's my point.
yeah,
That's
that's
a
the thing.
good
I also
point.
want to talk about the UK census. I don't know if you guys have heard about the UK census, but it has been released last week. I've only seen parts of it. I wanted to look at the breakdown in London and Manchester and other cities, but I saw the overall whole country. And oh my God, there's so many Africans in the UK now. Like, when I saw the stats,
Around how many?
seeing Romania, I
Yeah,
think, is this third most widely spoken language after Polish being the second most widely spoken language in the UK. And
Which one?
the
Yoruba?
census coming in,
Which language? Yoruba?
no, the second most widely spoken language in the UK is Polish,
Oh,
hmm,
followed by Romania.
okay.
On the London census, and I saw in the London census there's 1.5 million Africans in the UK. I think 1.6 or 1.5, something like that.
Yeah, I think, yeah, like the truth is, Europe is just going to become a metropolitan, and they know. They see the future of Europe is multi ethnicity. You understand? But I see that, and I see how they're trying to manage it. That's the future, but they're still not going to let their people, they're still going to remain Europeans, and you're still always going to be African. But they just see the power of a multi ethnic nation and country. You understand? It's going to happen, mostly in Western Europe, like the richer Europe, the richer European countries anyway. But I think if they see the population of the Africans is becoming so much, they're going to import other people from poor Eastern European countries to make it up. These people don't really like so much Africans in their country. That's just the truth. You understand? They just want a number that they can manage. They don't want so many of you.
Yeah, the
You
London
appreciate.
census
that's
was
true.
interesting. Yeah, the London census was interesting because I saw other stats such as, the I think the Muslim population is rising as well as the atheist people who are atheists. Their numbers have gone up as well, and I
That's
think those were the
interesting.
yeah those were the other
I think
interesting.
mm, Jazz Zola. I don't think the Black Brits of Caribbean descent. They know exactly where they come from. I think the oldest one was the Windrush. If I may not, if I may be wrong, but recently they were deported back to Jamaica. That's the oldest migrant from the Caribbean. Those are the Windrush generation. Long time ago, but your descendants were being deported to Jamaica. So this country, they have the records of where everyone is coming from. So don't be fooled. They know exactly where you're coming from. And some of them, their children were being deported. These children were born here in this country, but they were deported because they said they were still illegal. They know exactly where you're coming from. So don't be fooled about the black British identity thing.
Yeah, I don't know the number or the percentage of the Caribbeans, but the Africans, thankfully, now outweigh the percentage of the Caribbeans.
Yeah,
And I say
that's
thankfully, like very sarcastically. by the
That's
way.
something I've seen in the UK census. The thing is that I'm not really in touch with most of the people I'm around when I'm in the UK are African, in it. Like not even most, like
Yeah,
generally
me
speaking,
too.
those are the people I come in contact with. And a lot of the Africans, I've noticed that a lot of the Africans I come in contact with are like fresh off the boat Africans, like so they've been in the country for like 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It's just the Africans have started pouring in, and the reason why African numbers have gone up in the UK or swollen and not even exploded in the last 10, 15 years is mainly because of the EU. A lot of Africans that came to the UK were from Belgium. They had Belgian passports, Spanish passport, Portuguese passports,
Mm-hmm.
Italian passport, and they were not the average African you see in the UK like a Nigerian or Ghanaian. They were like from Equatorial
Yeah, I
Guinea.
get what you mean.
They were
Yeah.
from Cameroon, which was like a French speaking. Were from countries like Congo, who came from the Belgium. Um, they had the Angolans who came to the UK from Portugal. So you had all these
Other
all these
Africans that are majority not English speaking or from English speaking countries.
well in the
Yeah.
UK. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Yeah. Most
majority are from obviously English speaking countries, but I'm saying
Nigeria and
Yeah,
Ghana.
the new
yeah, well,
influxes
I'm
that you're
saying one of the
talking about
reason
are
why, yeah, I'm saying
yeah,
one of
go
the
ahead.
reasons why the African population exploded was because Africans were in other European countries, or a lot of them flocked to the UK. That's why the African numbers has sort of shot up a lot. That's why it exploded. Like it's literally exploded because when I was
I
in
think.
school, when I was in secondary school, this is when I was like 15, let's say 13, let's say 14, 15. Me and one guy was the only Africans in a class of about 35. The Africans were rarely seen. Like, and I was 14, 15 not long ago. Africans were like a minority amongst minorities. So they were there, but they were basically a minority amongst other ethnic minorities. And you could travel so many areas and not come across a single African neighborhood anywhere in the UK. But for some reason, the last 15 years, 17, it just, things just changed. Africans just, I
What,
don't
what,
know,
what, what, are you baby of the 80s or 90s, Kwesi?
90s, 90s.
Mm.
And for some reason, Africans, yeah, there's a lot of Africans. And I think another thing I've noticed is that East London is where is the heart of the black community in London now. It's no longer South London. South London used to be the heart of the black community.
Where's sorry,
Mm.
what city is South London? What city is East London?
That's why everyone is running away from London. Where there's so much black people, it's always problem, bro.
Where's
What do you
East
mean?
London? I need to know
East
this.
London is where they hosted the Olympic Games in
Chalet, what's
2012.
the name of the area?
Or in
Peckham.
East London, places like Newham,
Oh, okay.
um, West
Where's Peckham?
Ham,
Is it Lord North or East London?
East London, like Barking and Dagenham. No, that's where like where a lot of
Okay.
Africans
I
are, like those
got you. I
kind of
got you. That's true.
yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
yes, but
Everyone
I've
is
been
running
seeing a
away
lot
from
of
London.
shops in New and a lot of shops there now.
and the reason why a lot of Africans prefer to live in East is because the rent is cheaper there. Like those East London is like the cheapest and maybe poorest part of London. Yeah, it's definitely East London, and yeah, South has been changed. It's more, it's a lot of blocks have been sort of brought down. They've rebuilt on properties in the area. South London has been changed a lot. And North and West has pretty much kind of stayed the same as well. But London has definitely changed a lot. Yeah, I was in Manchester not long ago, and there's so many Africans in Manchester now as well. So when I say so many Africans, like so many Africans in Manchester now. So definitely the Africans have definitely flooded into the UK, and being
Yeah,
African
thank God to
now,
the open borders from France.
yeah. So yeah, so when I saw that the UK census on the population, the ethnic groups, I wasn't really surprised, and obviously, Yeah, I wasn't really surprised. I was kind of surprised when I saw the African numbers. I kind of expected what I wanted to see is the breakdown. So what the population was like in different cities. That's what I never really got a chance to see. But I think they're gonna
Mm,
release it later on.
that's interesting. I have a question to ask you, but before I ask that question, why are there so many Ghanaians in the West? Why so many Ghanaians in the West?
Why
Do
because
you
so
have an
many
answer
Ghana,
for that?
Yeah, I
the
can answer
fleeing,
that.
the fleeing, fleeing, the flee.
Yeah,
Well,
because Kwesi, let me explain, right? Let me explain. Because I'm not trying to be mean by this question, but you see how with other Africans, they had civil war, they had reason to leave. So then to me, it's like, why did so many Ghanaians leave when Ghana's a peaceful country? Like, what happened?
well, Ghanaians obviously left Ghana for economic reasons. That's the number one and one of the main only reasons why they left. For economic reasons, for greener pastures. That's the only reason really as to why they leave Ghana for the West, because they're not exactly leaving Ghana for neighboring countries. They're leaving Ghana for Western countries. So obviously this shows you they're moving for greener pastures. They're moving for economic reasons. That's the only reason, really.
Okay.
Yeah, and in terms of other African countries having civil wars as being the reason why other
But it is,
Africans are found in
how
the
many
West, I
how
don't think
many
that's a
Africans country have got civil war? Sometimes the way people speak of the continent is like this.
No, I mean, no, if you look at a lot of the diasporas that are very numerous who left, it was because of a civil war that they left.
What countries had civil war that had like apart from Somalia? What country again?
Somalia,
Sierra
Ethiopia
Leone.
had some issues with
Ah,
civil
okay.
war.
A lot of Sierra
Sierra
Leone's.
Leone, Liberia,
Yeah,
Rwandans. Those
yeah.
ones are the one. Nigeria.
I think in the
Mm.
UK, like the Africans, Ghanaians are the only Africans, like major African group in the UK that come from a peaceful country. The other major African groups in the UK, they all came from like war-torn countries. So one thing I noticed is that other Africans in the UK were more violent than the Ghanaians, like more aggressive, more violent. They were more involved in crime, even and street crime
What
or whatever.
about you said most Nigerians came to because of war?
No, no, I'm saying apart from
At a
Ghana,
point in time, now, no, but at a point in time,
no,
yes.
no, I'm
But
saying that
Nigerians have
if
been in the UK long before Ghanaians start coming.
no,
So what's your
you're
point?
not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying if you look at the UK, yeah, the the Africans in the UK, they tend to be from five main countries, generally speaking. Yeah, and out of the five main countries, Ghana is the only peaceful one. The other four, a lot of them came to the UK as refugees.
Well,
This is a
what
fact.
Somalia? Which one? Just name them, bro.
Sierra Leone,
Are they?
Congo,
Congo.
Congo, and
Ooh, is there a large population of Congo and Sierra Leone in the UK?
there is,
No,
bruh,
I think the other big population, Zimbabwe.
no, there's way more Congolese and Sierra Leones than Zimbabweans.
Okay.
Way more,
Hmm. I was
literally.
thinking Zimbabwe the more because one time they had visa free from Zimbabwe to the UK. It was free for them.
UK than Zimbabwe, that's for sure. And there's way more Congolese in UK than Zimbabweans. Trust me on this
Okay.
one. The
Maybe in
There
Congolese
are?
London.
literally.
Maybe
Really?
just in London. Maybe in London, but in
That's
the East
shocking
Mid
for me
in the
that
East
there's more
Midlands
Congolese.
in the East Midlands where I live, there's so much Zimbabweans. In the East Midlands, it's full
Okay,
of
maybe in the
random
East
Zimbabweans.
Midlands, but I'm talking like the southern
Maybe
part of
London.
England.
Yeah, maybe London, yes, but I don't know. But I think there's so many
Yeah,
Zimbabwe people.
there's a lot of Congo. If you go to like North London, like North London is basically generally more Congolese. North London
Mm.
is basically Ghanaians and Congolese. When it comes to Africans, basically, those are the only ones you're going to be seeing, generally speaking. There's so many Congolese there. So so a lot of them that came to the UK came from war-torn. A lot of them were refugees. A lot of them were child soldiers. So when they came over, they brought over that what they had been through into the streets of London. So a lot of them were involved in that kind of lifestyle. If one saw about, so it made sense that a lot of them walked
Yeah.
Oh, Charlie.
Yeah, but I
What's
like
up, girl?
Ghanaians.
Why?
Ghanaians are law-abiding citizens, but sometimes they just start speaking to it like disturbing the whole neighborhood, like really
Uh,
raising their voice. And they're speaking for one another
speaking
through
what
they're
sense?
looking for one they're speaking to one another through the window. I hate that thing. When you're living with Ghanaians in the neighborhood, they open their window, Charlie, and this one is shouting, "Oh my God!" And they're making us all over the place. They're speaking
Charlie
from the
Waha.
window.
Kwesi Wahana.
Do Ghanaians do that in
Michao,
London?
Michao. Huh?
Speaking speaking through the windows to their neighbors, shouting and just waiting and giving
Guys, dude.
yeah, they just
Okay. Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie. I did visit the city today, and I did hear that Ghanaians do that.
yeah, that's
I
that's what
won't even lie about that.
they do that all the time. That's
They're so
happening.
free.
Yeah, everywhere you're gonna hear them by force. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys and maybe I'll join again later. But what's gonna say help people in Africa, because you're opportune to be in Europe. You're privileged and you're lucky. You might be doing good for yourself, but you had an advantage that a lot of Africans don't have. Yeah, so help them for nothing. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you. Kwesi.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, okay.
So yeah, so that's something I'm gonna like. I was going back on the census again. That's something I'm gonna be looking at and see the breakdown of you know the cities and the towns, and I just like to look at the stats of the census. And
Do you think that this is gonna okay? Hmm. Do you think that you saying that there's not more Africans in the UK? Do you think that's gonna be a trend going up, or it's gonna be a trend that's not important? Like, how do you feel about that?
I don't. I feel.
Like, do you view that as a positive thing, or it doesn't matter? Basically, is what I'm trying to ask.
It's actually a very good thing. It does matter. Africa, more Africans is good for me. It's good for me because there's more Africans to relate with, then you come in contact with them more. There's more ladies to date. Um, yeah, it's actually a good thing. Especially when it comes to things like business. If you got someone who owns business in the black community in a city in the UK, certain businesses are obviously for certain different groups. So for a lot of people, business will boom because more of their people are going to come to their shops or whatever. And obviously, you still have to do your own thing. You still have to work, earn your own money, and focus on your own life, whatnot. But Africans being in the UK, particularly Ghanaians in large numbers, actually good. It's just good. It's just good being surrounded by your own people, and it's just a good feeling that you get. I don't know about other people. For me, being surrounded by more and more Ghanaians is good for me. Everyone's a bit different, but for me, it's a good thing. It has to be a good thing. Yeah.
Hi,
And
Vicky,
but
Melina. Hi, Quincy.
hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Yo, you have. Hmm, I'm I'm hearing your feedback or playback, and I hate
Oh,
how my
sorry.
voice sounds. Like, basically, why you gotta do me like that? I hate hearing myself. I have such a weird voice. Anyways, no, but like, let me know when you're ready to come in, and I'll add you in. But Kwesi, don't Kwesi, I'm not trying to be mean here, right? But don't you feel the Africans in the West can do a better job? Cause okay, let me give context what I'm talking about, right? Most African in the West, what I see the business that they're doing, they're building restaurants, African shops, like African markets. That's popular, and that's about it. African shops, African restaurants. They're not really doing anything impressive. They're not real estate moguls. They're not selling hair. Like, you know how the Asians actually selling hair, and they have the beauty supply and dry cleaners. I don't know what business
Yeah,
Africans are doing in
I
the
was
West.
thinking,
I don't know
yeah,
what they're doing.
yeah. I don't really know too much about other Western countries, but I heard that in the UK, the British government was giving loans to a lot of Indian families to start up these medium-sized businesses that a lot of Indian family owns in the UK, and they wouldn't give it to black businessmen or women, but they would give it to Indian businessmen or women that gave them a step ahead of, let's say, blacks in the UK. I don't know how truthful that is, but
Why would
that's basically what I've heard. In terms of Africans owning, like, normal barbershop hairdressers, and they're not like real estate moguls or owning like a thing. That is obviously true. But I think that with Africans have not been in the UK long enough to be at that stage of business, to be at that level. They've not been in the UK. As you said, the census in 2022 is the only first time ever where Africans, actually the 2011 census in the UK and the 2022 census in the UK are the first two times where Africans have significant numbers. Before that, they were basically a minority among minority. Not been in the UK long enough to have that step ahead of other ethnic groups when it comes to business and finance and owning large or medium-sized businesses. They've just not been here long enough.
African millennial,
Yep.
do I sound better now?
Yes.
Yes. African millennial, I'd like to respond. Don't you think that the reason why Africans aren't in big businesses is because it maybe because they cannot do it on their own, and they would maybe need to partner with someone who's local in that country. And the reason why they're not doing it is because Africans prefer sticking by themselves. Isn't that whole thing of sticking by yourself and sticking with your own people? Don't you think that's the detriment of Africans in the West?
Yeah, you could have a point there. You could have a point there. Yeah, they do like to stick to themselves, usually speak their own language, stick to their own culture, whatever. Um and yeah, it's reflected in the type of businesses I see over here. Not to be mean, but if I see African, she owns a hair salon, she owns a food store, like that, and she usually sells those things to other Africans from her own country,
Yeah, but I think
not
African,
to a wide audience. Like, she'll sell hair, or she'll do hair for her own Africans or her own black people. She'll sell food to her own Africans or her own black people. She won't sell it to everyone. They don't do that
Yeah.
type of stuff.
But from their point of view, why do you think they have that type of behavior? What do you think that is? Don't you think that the reason why they're in the West to begin with is because they had to stick with they had to stick with this, a certain group. They had to stick with their families for them to get in the West. That by the time they got to the West, it's hard to really, integrate with other people because they're used to working with their own in their own country, and that trend just continues in the West. I'm not sure if you understand what I mean.
No, I understand. Basically, um, back home, those are the principles that they use, and then when they come here as immigrants, they have to
Yeah,
stick to their own people. So they think about uh what businesses they can open to cater to their own community first, things like that.
absolutely. Yes,
Mm.
yes, absolutely. Because like a lot of Africans who go to the West, have a survival mindset. You know, um, they have a thing of let me cater to my own people, so that if things go bad, I can return to my own people. That kind of a mindset. Let's say that I go out of a job or I lose my apartment. The people who I would go back to is the lady who loves coming to my restaurant, or the family, from my country back home. You know, I think it's all about familiarity, if it makes sense, don't you think?
Do Okay, so all right, that makes sense with the, I guess, the newly or the recent one. Do you think that trend will change as the kids stay here and grow here and integrate with other people over here?
African millennial, you the correct you should be the one who gives us that answer, because I think you were born in Canada, and I
No.
think you oh, were you born in Ghana?
I wasn't born here.
Oh,
But
but yeah, in
from
my opinion,
observation, I think that would be the case, that they well, I'm hoping that they would integrate better
yeah.
and do things different, but I don't know. It's too soon for me to tell because I personally don't see it, just personally. Because the businesses that the second, third generation are doing is still focused on culture. It's still focused on
Oh,
like Afro beats parties. Like it's still focused on that. It's still hasn't been fully integrated into the countries over here. It's either you become a doctor, lawyer, and you completely just forget about your community, or you stay in your community and you don't leave, from what I see.
so you mentioned something very important. You mentioned integration. So integration. So why aren't they integrating? Are they maybe rejected by the society that they're living in, or is it a voluntary thing of sticking with your own people? What's the reason for that? Are they discriminated against, or do they feel like Kwesi mentioned that he feels happy and comfortable around his own people? What's the reason for that?
Um, I'm not too sure about that, to be honest. Well, yeah, I'm not too sure about that, to be honest, because it's really confusing because they'll say that they're Canadian, but then amongst other Canadians, they're not really Canadian. So I don't know. I don't know what it is, to be honest.
Don't you think that they're having an identity crisis? Don't you think that by being with other people and other races, that in and of itself creates an identity crisis, and it stops them really from connecting, and it stops them from connecting and integrating with the people of Canada? Don't you think that there's uh, like I said, identity crisis at play?
Yeah, unfortunately, absolutely. I definitely think there is an identity crisis, and it usually hits them when they get to the real world. See, when they're in primary school, secondary school, uni may not be a big deal, but then when they actually get into the working world, where you have to actually make real friends or real
Yeah.
relationships, I think that's when it starts to hit them. Yeah.
But why? Why? Could you expand on that?
Okay, I can explain it like this. When you're going to school over here, like high school and secondary school, whatever, um, everyone is like the same. I don't know how to describe it, but we're all the same. Like we're all friends. You know, you don't really pay
Yeah.
attention to ethnicity that much when you're younger, right? Because I'll speak from experience. When I was younger, especially in secondary school, I had friends from all types of backgrounds, all types of ethnicities. The people who I hang out with now are Africans. Um, I don't really have non-African friends now, which is very weird because growing up, I would literally be friends, you know, with the neighbor, the person next door. It was just that. But then I don't know, as you get older, you just I don't know, you
But do you
just
think?
revert
But
back.
do, but do
And
you think that?
mhm.
But do you think that it's your own doing, or do you think that they also had a part in it? Maybe they also would prefer being around their own. What do you think?
um yeah, I suppose they also would prefer being around their own. So I guess it can be both, because I'll just say from my personal experience, if it wasn't like I don't work at the office anymore, I work from home. So I wouldn't really say I'm that close with my coworkers. The people I'm close with, actually, to be honest, is my church. I'm very close to my church members, and I go to a Ghanaian church. That must have something to do with it as well. So it's
Yeah.
like slowly and slowly, I just drifted away from that. We're all together community. Which I just drifted away from all of that, and same, uh, same with my other friends, because I remember when I was in uni, that's when I started to join African associations, like African
Yeah.
organizations, African
Yeah.
groups, African activities, African dance days, all of that stuff. And then I noticed, well, my friends from secondary who were not African, why would they come with me to these events, right? They
Mm.
probably had their own interests as well that they were attending to. Oh, okay. So, saying identity crisis and inferiority complex. So you're saying that, okay, so it could be a mix. Do you think that it's both at the same time? Because I don't feel like I have an inferiority complex. I just feel more comfortable around my people who I can speak my language to. I can share similar, like I can even, like, we could go to each other's house and our house is the exact same. I don't really know how that would be an inferiority complex. And to put things into context, I mean, I still did hang out with different. Mm, I was open to hang out with different group of people, but I'm not gonna sit here and lie and be like I went to a whole bunch of integrated events in uni. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie. I felt more comfortable when it came to the African, specifically West African events. I did. Um, okay, so I can tell the difference between East Asians and South Asians. I can also tell Japanese from Koreans and Chinese by the way they talk and how their language is written. Oh man, now I'm by myself again. Um, oh, Oh, okay. 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 I guess I'll just talk about what we were talking about on the panel. Um yeah, and I've been even contacted about that. I've been called out on that from other people. Um they've asked me, why do you not, like, shouldn't you be integrated more with Canadians? I'm assuming that they're talking about Caucasians. Shouldn't you be more integrated with them since you're living there? And I'm just like, I like the culture, I understand the culture, it's cool, but I don't want to be 100% Canadian, if that makes sense, because I was raised a different way. I was raised with a different culture. I was raised with different values. Like, the what Canadian uh, adolescents do growing up is not what I did. It's not even what I was permitted to do or allowed to do, to be quite honest. You know, in Canada, the legal drinking age is 19. Do you honestly think traditional Ghanaian parents want their kids to drink at 19? Now, if they're really traditional, they they don't they don't. I don't even think they want their kids to drink at all. But if their kids do drink, not 19, and definitely not in front of them, right? So when I was growing up and I had a whole bunch of, let's say, Canadian friends, right? Canadian friends, and they were all like doing all this stuff at a young age, you know, being allowed to go to sleepovers and do all of this stuff. I was not allowed to do any of that. And then some of the Caucasian Canadians would be like, why don't your parents let you do anything? Your parents are so not fun. Your parents are so strict. And I'm just like, yeah, because they don't want me to end up like you. Because we don't have the same privileges as you. You notice how some of these people, they do whatever, you know, they mess they mess up and have fun in their teens, and then when they're in their adulthood, they do a complete 160, or 180, I should say. Wow, 180. And it's completely fine, because this is their country. They're allowed to do that. You know, they, whatever they do when they're young gets covered up when they're older. But when you're perceived as a foreigner, even if you're not, well, for me, it's kind of confusing sometimes, because I think I understand the culture, but at the end of the day, I don't have the complete identity crisis, because I was not born here. I remember taking my citizenship oath. When they do all of that, they're okay. Their reputations don't follow them for the rest of their life. But I noticed that when immigrants, whether they be first, second generation, it's not that much different from me personally. When immigrants turn around and they do all of this, they get the book thrown at them. So I had that taught. My parents sat me down and told me this. You're not the same as them. So I never once in my head thought, okay, well, me integrating with these people means that I'm them. So I guess that's why as I got older, I was like, okay, let me retract back to my community. Let me retract back. And again, you had other groups of Black people that got upset about this, right? I'll just say other groups of Black people who, I'll just say not Ghanaians, who were upset about this, because they were like, why do you guys stick to yourselves? Why do you guys talk to yourselves? Why do you guys don't like doing this? Why do you guys don't like doing that? Why do you guys always speak your language and you see each other? Nobody's trying to be rude. Nobody's trying to be mean. But we want something, at least something that connects us, at least something that's unique to us. That's it. And I don't even see anything wrong with that. If you have that, use it. Other communities use that, right? But other black people will shame you, like, oh, you guys don't want to talk to us. It's not about that. It's, I love the familiarity of it all. I love going to an African shop, and on all the foods that I see are familiar to me. I love that. I love that feeling. I can't get that anywhere else. To be honest, I can't. So that is something that's very special to me. If it means nothing to you, that's fine. But to me, that's not something that I want to trade for anything. That's very important to me. Me being able to be on the bus, I don't think the bus anymore. But back in the days when I was on the bus or when I used to take the train, and me being able to speak on the phone, have a whole conversation where nobody would understand what I was saying, that's something very sacred to me. Like it's little things like that that it's like you hold on to it. And it's not even that you're trying to be rude or mean, but it's just, it's like a part of you. You know, it's very sentimental that I don't think other people will ever understand. And it's also something that other people should not shame other people for doing. That's why when I see certain groups of Africans doing business together in the West, I'm like, I love this. This is great. You know, should they integrate more? Sure, why not? But I mean, at least they have that one principle of being able to come together on that. That's great. There's nothing more beautiful, in my opinion, than an African traveling to another country, um and there's another African waiting for them at the airport, and they integrate them into the country. That's something that's very unique. And I feel like if other people are talking about unity coming together, why are you not welcoming Africans when they get to that country? Why are you not saying, hey, I have a job lined up for you? Because when my dad came here, he had a job lined up for him by another Ghanaian. But if it was another black person that did it, of course my dad would go for that. But that didn't happen that way. So that's just what it is. But yeah, go ahead.
Yes, African millennial. Sorry, my phone battery died, so I had to quickly scramble to get a charger and put the charger in. Yes, African millennial. Sorry. Yes, everything you said sounds good. Sounds good. But and absolutely, I agree with you when you say that it's beautiful, having a person, having people from your own country welcoming you into a foreign country. I agree with you. That's beautiful. But I would also like to argue that it's not always desirable, to be around people from where you're from, because sometimes you'd find that people from back home came to this country to reinvent themselves. You know, sometimes you have people who have pure hatred for their identity and their culture and their country, and see this as an opportunity to escape. So you may welcome a person with open arms, only to find out that they want nothing to do with you based on who you are, and they want to fully integrate in their host country and be one with their people and have their kids and speak their language and totally 100% forget about where they're from. Sometimes you get such people.
Yeah, no, I'm laughing because I know exactly what you're talking about. Um,
Is it?
yeah, no, that that is unfortunate when they do that. Um, I honestly feel really bad when they do that. I really do. I feel very embarrassed when they do that. Uh,
And African male, the other one, here's the other one, right? You
Yeah.
said that you enjoy the company of Ghanaians in Canada and you feel closest to them and you love their churches. But one thing I think that something that I think that you haven't considered is that the Ghanaians in Canada are very well behaved because should they do anything that should they break the law or anything, what would happen next is that they would be deported back to their countries, right? And and the point of them coming to Canada in the first place is to improve their lives. So the Ghanaians in Canada are very well behaved, very all these good qualities. My question is, do you think that it's the same in Ghana? You know, where the people are back home, where the people have nothing to lose. Do you think that you would get? Do you think that what you're experiencing now with the current crop of Ghanaians in Canada would be multiplied when you go to Ghana? Do you think that you'd get the same experience, or do you think something which I believe that you would be disappointed? What do you think?
You mean in terms of behavior? Because obviously the ones back home, um, like I already know that there's a difference between me and the ones back home.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a difference between me and the ones back home, which is why it's weird. But I'm like, even when I go back there, I have to interact with most likely Ghanaians who left as well because there are just too many cultural differences. Personally,
but do you think that you would stay in? But wait, have you been to Ghana before?
of course.
And what's the longest that you've stayed there?
Um, First was a period of about 8 years, and then I
Oh,
left, and then I went back for a period of like 5 years.
oh, 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 okay. Oh, so
Yeah,
you do have experience living in
yeah, but
in
that
in
was
Ghana.
yeah, but that was a while ago, so things have changed.
So do you now have a yearning to return?
For some reasons, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I do. For some reasons, yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm obviously not gonna live the same lifestyle. Not gonna live in the same area I was living, not with the same people. It's gonna be a bit different.
Yeah. Oh, so you have everything planned out.
Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
but I already know, like I already I've already had pep talks with myself about how to deal with the changes and how to deal with
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
annoyance and the
Yeah.
slowness and the
Yes.
people. Like I know I'm gonna get frustrated. I know that. I know that.
Yes. But why is it worth the sacrifice? Why do you think that it's important? Um and also in terms of your kids, your dad went to Canada and I'm sure he made that decision because, I think he also put you into and like I'm so sorry for being so personal, right? And I'm sure part of his decision to want to move to Canada was that he wanted a better future for you. And so now you moving out of Canada back to Ghana, um, what do you think the implications of that would be? Because honestly, it sounds to me it sounds bizarre why someone would want to get out of Canada and go back to Africa. Because me myself, I'm in a different country, a way better country, and why the hell would I want to go back to crime infested South Africa? You know?
Right. I think. Well, okay. So I think with the Ghanaian diaspora, especially, a lot of them have actually returned back because there's been a change in the mindset. There's been a change, especially because the year of return, right? What that wasn't just for diaspora, like Caribbean or African American. That was also for people to come back and invest. So there's been a huge influx of Ghanaians going back. So it's not really something bizarre. Now, what I will say is, you coming to Canada does not mean that you can't come back to visit or invest or blah 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 blah. Like if you have properties here, obviously you're still gonna be tied to that. I think because I've had this conversation with my mother before in particular. My parents said that they're also gonna go back, but to them it's gonna be to retire. But in my case, I said I'm not trying to wait till I'm 60 or 50 to go back. So I think that's why my situation's a bit different. But me going back, I'd still be at a better advantage than when they had left because I'm going
Yeah,
back with my education. I'm going back
yeah,
with money. I'm going back with
yeah,
different things. I'm going back better off than they left. So
yeah.
it's a bit different. It's a bit better, you know.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So I think that's the
Wow.
sacrifice. That's the fact that, to be honest, that is a sacrifice on their end. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie
Yeah,
about that. That is.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. They sacrificed, and now this is where you are, a young, bright, smart, educated woman, and going back to plow into Africa. And so, um,
And
how would you?
to
Yeah,
be honest, I need to leave Canada anyway. It's not even about, to me, it's not even about, it is about Ghana, but not so much. Um, I've basically traveled for a long period of my life. So even if it
yeah,
wasn't Ghana, it would be another country, you know?
yes,
Like I just
yeah.
need a change of environment. I don't know.
Oh,
You get it?
okay. I get you. I get you.
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. Wow. But Ghana as an environment that you're familiar with, don't you think by moving back to Ghana that you'd be missing out on something that's new and fresh and something that would enrich you, enrich your experience, I've heard
Absolutely, which is why the second option would be
South Africa.
somewhere in Europe. I don't know where exactly though, but somewhere over there for sure.
Yeah, because this dude Kaizo, right? Well, Kaizo's an asshole, but I
Oh,
respect
shoot.
him. The dude has a PhD, and
Yeah.
he could have worked anywhere in the world, but he chose to go to Kenya. And he also went to, I think he said he went to Sudan. That's dope, you know?
Oh my
And
god. I mean, you do
what you
have a
laughing?
point though. Yeah. Yeah. A whole PhD. Yeah, you have a point there.
Yeah. So so yeah. So which one are you gonna go to first? Are you gonna go to Europe or Ghana eventually, or
Well,
Africa?
Well, but either way though, it's
I
gonna be
think
like
I
it's
think
gonna be on the same stop, right? Because unfortunately I live in Canada, so I'd have to stop there anyways. Like a layover.
But don't you think that Canadian and European, Western culture is kind of similar? Wouldn't you want to maybe explore South America and Polynesian Asian
South
countries?
America? Mm, South America, I'm not sure about that. I think for South America, Mexico to work for a while, sure. To live, I'm
Yeah.
not sure. The only reason why I'm saying I'm not sure is because I clearly do not have friends over there.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So yeah, I probably have to. I
You
don't see
probably have
myself
to,
in Cuba or Brazil, to be honest.
yeah.
I
Or
don't know. I just don't.
there's a country that I dream of visiting. Not only visiting, but at least staying there for a year. And the country's name is called Paraguay. It's a country that a lot of people don't know about, but for some reason my heart is calling me there. You know, I would
Aw,
love to visit Paraguay. I heard that the cost of living is crazy cheap, and yeah, when I have made a bit of money, I would love to take a year off or 2 years off, living in countries that have a low cost of living. You know, like Paraguay or Vietnam, maybe some other African country. Just chill there for a year, do nothing, chill, sleep all day. And the following year, once I've gotten my rest,
that's
get
literally
back
the
to work.
dream, you know?
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. And so like, how do you think that you would improve Ghana, with your
Oh,
education?
shoot. Oh my god. Well, okay. Let me just say it like this. I do have a plan though for so far I do have a plan for doing more charity work in Ghana, and not the cliche charity work. I do mean like building some orphanages and food drives over there. That's something that is just personal to me because I like to help people. I like to
Yeah,
donate and give my time and all that. And I don't see a lot
yeah,
of initiatives like that over there because it's not
yeah.
really part of the culture to help people that are not your family. So that's something
Really?
that,
Is this in Ghana?
yeah,
Really?
yes. What? Okay, let me
Wow.
ask you this. In South Africa, do you guys do like food drives?
Oh, South Africa. Oh,
You do it?
we don't. South
So is
Africans
it
don't
part of
do.
the culture to help people that are not your family?
We do, but we don't like. We don't like. We don't do food drives, and whenever we do food drives, it like a food drive usually has an agenda. It's not
Oh,
purely you wanting to help someone. It's about you, bragging and telling everyone that you helped this people, or there's always something behind. There's always a reason why people do something. Especially politicians. Politicians will usually have those food drives to garner, to as a way to be liked by the people. So with South Africans, they do happen, but there's always an agenda behind. There's always something behind that. I wouldn't say that it's pure. It's pure. You, like, for instance, in your case, you doing it, for your own personal reasons. You know, it's
yeah.
probably out of love and you wanting to uplift probably young girls and people who are probably poverty stricken. That's cool. In South Africa, there's always something. You know, what's sad is sometimes you'd find someone who was given money by some charity organization. Let's say the person was given 50,000 Canadian dollars, and then the person would have a charity drive and spend like 5,000 Canadian dollars. And at that time, you're thinking the person's helping, but no, they just you know doing what they have to do and taking pictures and showing it to their donors and showing them that they actually have spent the money on helping the people back at home. Meanwhile, you don't know that the person pocketed 45,000 Canadian US dollars. That's what happens frequently. So with us, there's always something. There's always an agenda behind it.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm not too familiar with. We don't really do food drives, but it will be like someone gives something in the name of a donation, like maybe clothes, and a similar thing would happen. Yeah.
And so by having by wanting to do that, don't you? Because it's not, like you said, it's not part of the culture. Don't you think that you would be seen as someone who wants to be better? I mean, you come from Canada, and now people would view you as, a girl who thinks that they're better than everyone, and uh, don't you think that that would, even though the intention the intention behind that is good, don't you think that it would call unnecessary haters, if I can put it that way?
Um, yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of the fear, which is why if things get too frustrating, there probably will be a plan B, as in go somewhere else. But I know that it's gonna cause a lot of problems. It's gonna cause people to think that you're better than them. It's gonna cause people to be like, "Why are you telling me what to do? Who do you think you are?" All of that. I know it's gonna cause all of that, to be honest, because I know how they are when they see someone else come up and it
Yeah,
wasn't them, basically.
yeah, yes.
Yeah,
But
it's pretty ugly though, not gonna lie.
I know,
But
yeah,
that's why
I know, I know.
that's why, if you notice, that's why some of them who came back, no, no, not the Ghanaians who left, right, are like,
Yeah,
we not doing anything anymore for them. And
yeah,
people get mad at them and angry at them, but they don't understand the
yeah,
amount that you have to sacrifice to work with your people.
absolutely.
They don't appreciate it.
They
They
don't.
don't.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I'm like, I'm actually lucky in my case that my parents are here. So I
Yeah,
was in the beginning of the stream, I was like, I, I want to help people. I don't know, just because that's my heart, but don't make it seem like I have to help anybody, because I really don't.
yes,
My family's
yes,
here. My
yes,
grandmother, my the little that I give her, my parents also give stuff to my grandmother. So I'm not. There's no really no one I have to look out for, to be quite
yeah,
honest. You know, like
yeah,
my aunts and uncles, they can't tell me nothing. They cannot
yeah,
tell me nothing. I don't care. Those are my parents' problem, my aunts and uncles. Because the thing is,
yeah,
to me, it's like, once I put that on myself, my aunts and uncles, then I have to think about their children,
yeah,
right? It never ends.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Never ends, yeah.
African millennial. The other one is, do you know the term moochers? A moocher.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so you, this girl from Canada, coming to help people with your own money. Wow, she must be a millionaire.
Oh shoot,
Um,
yeah.
how do you think you deal with that? How do you think you deal with people who are with you because they think that they can benefit? You know, how would you work your way around that?
Um, to be quite honest, I haven't thought of how I would work my way around that, to be quite honest.
Because it will happen. I'm
It
from
will.
Africa. It will happen. It will happen. So I think you need to think about those things. They will happen. They will. You know, I don't know how severe it is in Ghana, but it cannot be as bad as it is in South Africa. You know, I think you need to watch out for manipulators, people who would manipulate you, and and people who would use you, because sometimes people use you without you being aware. You know,
Oh yeah.
um, like Africans are master manipulators and master scammers. You know, so if they see you as someone who has coin, like really, like, be careful, be careful about that. You know, I think it's a good initiative, but I think, yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this because okay, so there's this Ghanaian, right, like in Ghana, and he's like he gets mad at us, the or at me, the Ghanaian diaspora specifically, because he's like, you guys don't do anything to help back home, which is actually false, but he's like, you guys don't do enough to help back home. Like, he said, if we had the capability of helping ourselves back home, we wouldn't ask you guys for help. And I'm just like, why is that my problem? I feel so bad for asking, but like, why do they feel like that? Why do they feel like I
Wait, did you ask him?
really,
Did you
huh?
did you ask him that question? Did you ask him that question?
No, he asked me that question. No, the question that I just asked right now. Why is
Yes.
it
Well,
my
why?
responsibility?
Yes. Yes.
I
Did you
asked him
ask
and
him
he
that?
said,
Yeah.
because we're family, because you guys come from us.
Imagine. 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 Just imagine. Listen to that.
Yeah, yeah.
Imagine. Just imagine.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, where did you guys come from? You guys came from Ghana, so why are you guys
Yeah, bro.
acting like you don't remember?
African that's also the other thing. Emotional manipulation. Be careful of that when you go back to Ghana. Be careful. Guard your emotions. You know, these people will use different kinds of tactics to get money out of you. You know, that's ridiculous because we family. So African, if you lost your parents and you lost your job and were
Right.
homeless, would they be family and help you? Like, what would happen? What would happen in your end?
Oh,
Like,
nothing.
would you call that guy and say, hey, since we family, look, I'm in this situation, so since we family, you know, or does the whole family thing only apply because you have resources, and does it only apply to you and the diaspora outside of Ghana? Does it only apply to them? Like, yes, like Africans are constant beggars. They're always begging, and
Honestly, well, obviously the opposite would not happen. Come on now, come on now.
so do you agree?
And
So do you agree that he
come
was
on, I've
trying to?
witnessed this. I've witnessed this for most of my life, right?
Yeah,
African diaspora slaving over here, uh, spending everything back home to people back home, and then when they get old, they can't do it anymore. They go back home just to get disrespected by people. I've seen this my
exactly,
whole life. I've seen this
exactly,
my whole life. I've seen it.
exactly, exactly. They will be loved and they will be cherished for as long as they can keep the dough coming. As soon as they go back, oh, as soon as they go back, damn,
Yeah,
it's sad.
it
It is sad.
is. It is.
It's sad. And here you are thinking that, like, I used to help this person, and I literally used to give this person a huge chunk of my salary, and this is how I'm treated once I've lost everything. You know, it's
Oh
it's
yeah.
sad. It's crushing. It crushes your spirit. So I think that's also something you need to take into consideration. I think that I think in your endeavors of wanting to help people back at home, you should have you should be uh, what's the word? You should be like a little monster. You should you. Uh, it's hard for me to put it in words, but
No,
you should
no,
be a
no,
little.
no. Trust me. I know you mean well. I know you mean well. Trust
Yeah,
me. Trust me. Don't think I'm that
yeah,
naive, man. I've seen it. I've
yeah,
seen it from my parents. I've seen
yeah.
let me explain to you. My dad, right? He was this when was this? 2002. He was building a house back home, right? And
Mm,
number one mistake. give an African a money without actually being there to see what it's being used for. So my dad
Yeah,
gave a lot of money to his own blood brother, my blood uncle.
yeah,
My dad went back, looked at the house. It turns out my uncle used half for the house and half
mm,
for his own house
yeah,
without telling my dad. So when we saw the house, we were like, how come it's so small? Like, didn't, like,
yeah,
what's going? He skimmed half of the money. So
yeah.
trust me, I've seen this. I know it's up. I'm not going there with a complete like the sky's
But
the limit.
African
Like I'm not going there with those type of eyes. Trust me. I've
but
seen
African
it
millennial,
in my
I
own
think,
family. I've seen it.
yeah. But I think it's also very disrespectful for you to say that whatever happened between your parents, it's their business, and then you have nothing to do with that. That's bullshit. I think you should be loyal to your father, and
What
if
do
your
you mean?
father, no, because your dad worked his ass off and sent money, and then your uncle did that to your dad. So I think, for you to want to ignore everything and still want to be cool with them, I think you should remain loyal to your father. If your father says fuck him, you should also say fuck him. That's
Yeah, but
really,
I don't I don't interact with that family or I don't interact
oh,
with that side of the family. I'm not
oh,
going there to be with them. Not
oh,
I'm I'm
okay.
creating my own group. Like I'm not
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
anything
yeah,
with them, right? No, of course not.
yeah,
I would never do that. No. Why would I
yeah,
interact with somebody who scammed my own father? No
yeah.
way. No, 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 no.
Yes, that's heartless. Oh my God. And then your cousins.
Hmm.
Do you talk to your cousins from your dad's side? Your uncle
To
who
be
schemed your
honest,
dad?
I don't. I only talk to my cousins from my mother's side.
Yeah.
Like,
Because here they are and
mhm.
they living in the house that their dad stole from your dad. That's
Ex-
bullshit.
right?
That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
Exactly.
That's disgusting, bro. Oh my God.
I know. Can you believe? And I'm like, this is because my father traveled when he was in his 40s. So can you imagine that was your brother for 40 years?
Yeah.
Like you actually knew this person for 40 years? It's different from somebody that like, oh, well, actually there's no excuse. Your brother's your brother, to be honest.
No. 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 I don't believe that. I believe, yes, your brother's your brother and you share the same blood, but no. After what he did, no. I would disown you immediately. I would disown you immediately. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Dude, that's heartless, bro. And then the wife, did the wife know about this all the time? Do the cousins know about this? Like how would you feel calling home, but your home was built through lies and scamming your own brother? Would you
I'm
call that place home?
sure they would have to know about it. It's
Oh,
kind
do
of
you
too
think that they
obvious.
are? Oh, do you think that they are oblivious to what actually happened? Do you think that it's
No.
kept a secret?
No. It
Do you
can't
think
be.
they know?
The,
Do you think that
I
they know
think
about it but choose to
they
ignore it?
actually, yes. I think they know about it but choose to ignore it. Yeah.
Man, fuck them, bro. I would disown. I would disown them too. I think, but African Millennial, like, here's the thing. Maybe that should be uh, your 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 spring or your catalyst to your success. Maybe it should be a thing of they try to bury me, but they didn't know that I was a seed. Maybe that should be your drive for wanting to help many people. Maybe you should. It's a thing of you should lead by example. You know, maybe you should be the better person in Ghana, like that kind of a thing. You understand?
Yeah, no, I definitely understand. That makes sense. I don't know. Like, hmm, it's confusing, man. It's hard. It's hard
Yeah.
because then, like, after that experience, do you even have a family? Like, who
No,
are they?
no, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't because like imagine now your father gets to old age and he maybe can't walk or talk anymore. Are you gonna take your father to the same uncle who stole his money? And are you gonna put your father in that man's care?
Obviously not. No.
So how are they your family?
Mm, okay.
Family
I see
how?
that point.
Okay,
Uh,
well maybe family if a cousin in the family, if a cousin in the family or a close family member in the family dies, yes, then maybe you can come together and for the sake of surname, for the sake of supporting and showing your support and showing face. But beyond that, fuck no. Hell no. Hell no. Not even weddings, not even family gatherings, only funerals, only. Only funerals, we can come together and even our conversations, we don't need to talk about anything deep. Let's have small trivial conversations about the weather and about the Ghanaian soccer team and their performance in the World Cup, and it ends there. We don't need to ask each other about each other's kids and each other's lives. No, you know, no, you know.
but you haven't heard of stories like this before?
Um,
No, because, like,
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I'm not saying that it's common, but it's not a rare occurrence either, to be honest.
Well, African millennial, I've like obviously these things I know that they do exist, but to have them say that it happened to you, it's like
Oh,
wow.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Because you're the victim. Yeah, because it's the same as rape. We always hear about rape, but to actually be speaking to a rape victim, it's like, hey, I was raped. It's like, wow, like, dude, I'm so sorry, and you actually, you know, or you actually were the person who killed someone, and went to jail for 20 years. Like, wow, you actually, ended some, So it's like, to me, it's like, wow, so that actually happened to you, you know?
Right, right.
But, African millennial, if I was your dad, like, whenever something like that happens to me, you know, I would look at the brighter side of things, At the end of the day, I wouldn't say it's okay, but at the end of the day, if I was your dad, I'd say I still have my wife, I still have my kids, I still have, mobility in my body, I still believe in God. You know, they might have done me dirty, but at least I still have, my basic necessities, and then I would just accept it, take them out of my life and move on. And I know it sounds simple that you're gonna move on, and I know it sounds simple, but what they did can never ever be forgiven. Never, ever be forgiven, you know? Even if the uncle, somehow took out money from his pension and repaid your dad, it's not the same. It's not the same. They
Right.
did it, and like some mistakes are not forgivable. You know, some mistakes are not forgivable. I had a friend. Let me tell you a very sad story about me in South Africa. Okay, so I had a friend, and I was working. Right, so this person wasn't working at that point, and he had a child, and the girlfriend also wasn't working. It was bad. So this friend of mine, I used to help him a lot and call him and ask him if he was okay because he was mentally he wasn't doing well because he wasn't working and he was always at home and he was starting to slip deeper and deeper into drugs, And I'd call him a lot, call him. Sometimes I'd call him and ask him, hey, let me send you money because I know where you are right now. You're not in a good spot. So let me send you, a bit of money for you to, buy some basic food. And I did that, and I don't want to say that I'm the one who kept him going, but I feel like I contributed to that because I really felt that this person was my friend. And then eventually he found the job. He didn't tell me, I just saw the guy wearing suits, on Facebook, and I was like, oh, okay. And yeah, later on, I lost my job, right? And I thought that I was going to get another job. Well, I thought that, my business was going to, I thought that I was simply going to go into business and push. It didn't happen, and it was actually worse than I thought. But at the back of my mind, I always had that thing of I could always go back to this friend that I used to help out a lot. Dude, I called him and told him about my problems, and all he could say is that, yeah, man, you know what, stay strong, this and that, blah, 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 blah. And then I asked him for money. No, I don't have any money because I was in Cape Town and I spent it on this and that. Oh, okay, cool. And then I left him alone. Later that month, I called him again. Hey, dude, things are bad on my side, and then he lashed out on me. Listen, I said I don't have money, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, you know, and then he then sent me a link on WhatsApp, and he said that it's some link to Amazon call center or something. That maybe maybe I'll find something there, you know. So that was heartbreaking to me because in his worst time, I helped him. In my worst time, I'm given some Amazon link. That's bullshit, you know. So yeah, so him as well.
Bro,
So that's bullshit. So him as well. Yeah, that really broke me, you know. So yeah,
wow. Wow.
yeah,
People are, oh man, people are ridiculous, man.
yeah. So that really tore me apart. And you know what? You accept it and you move on. You're like, okay, people are when people are desperate, they kind of cooperate with you. But once they have their own, then you'd see their true colors that you were actually being used this entire time, you know? And it goes back to the whole Ghana question. Ghana, Africa as a whole, has a lot of people that are suffering. And some people may appear as if they're humble and deserving, but they're only that way because of their circumstances, you know? So I think it's a thing of discerning who you're helping and who you're not helping, you know? Um, I think it's a question of, I don't think you should go to Ghana and, just throw away money for the sake of helping, but I think it's about, and not everyone who's kind to you really has your best interest at heart, you know? So yeah, yeah, that's what I'd say.
No, no, definitely. No, definitely. Thanks for the reminder because you're right about that. Yeah, you're right about reminding me that some people are just gonna be nice because of their circumstances, and no, and that seems to happen sometimes when you, I guess, try to help somebody with business or whatever, and then they come up and then they just run away or not talk to you
Yeah,
anymore when they come up. Yeah,
exactly.
that
Yeah,
happens.
and also when they tell the story, it's like I worked hard to be where I am. I used to pray to God, and like, bro, like, aren't you gonna mention me? Aren't you gonna mention the time that one? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, no, like I
yeah,
really, I think more people get away with that because it's also just the circumstances in government. I
yeah,
swear you cannot get away with that over here. Cause like, cause I keep saying this, but someone owes me money, right? But I'm
Yeah,
not too stressed over here in Canada. But I'm not too stressed about it because we have the agreement in writing, signatures, date, and there's a system here that's going to like I don't want to go to that part yet, but I'm kind of secure because I know that at least there's an agreement, there's communication,
yeah,
there's a paper trail. So there's ways of proving that we agree that that person owes me some monies. But if this was a case somewhere else, I'd
yeah,
probably have to just let it go completely.
yeah.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, and some people would use your ignorance or your vulnerability or your lack of, you know, your lack of savviness to take advantage of it. You know, they know that once they would promise you, you know, they would promise you and make promises that I'll pay you back and this and that, one, two, three, four, but knowing fully well they would try and convince you, you know, with the aim of not having you sign anything. And once they have that money in their hands, then they're gone, you know, and they know that you won't do anything about
Right.
it, you know, especially in Africa, and that's
No,
rife
I'm
in Africa.
laughing because I'm laughing because I've heard instances of that where people actually run away. Like they actually, you can't even find them anymore. Their numbers changed. They moved somewhere completely different. They started a new life
Yeah,
with someone
yeah,
else's money.
exactly. That's bullshit.
It's so I don't
That's
know. I don't
sad,
know
man.
about South
That's
Africa,
sad.
but in Ghana,
Yes, in South
it's
Africa,
really not
yes,
that
that
hard to
happens
change your
too.
identity and get a new. You can get a new birth certificate. It's really not that hard to get a new birth certificate, a new name. I'm telling you, a whole new identity. It's not that difficult. You
Yeah,
just have to have a bit of money and you can do it. That's how sick. Because, like, think about it. How do some of these Africans come here and their age is completely different? You know, they lowered
yeah,
their age, their names are different. It's because they're traveling with fake documents that you
yeah.
can get in the government.
African millennial. Let's talk some other time. I really have to prepare for work now. Okay.
Yeah, sure, no problem, no problem.
All right. Bye.
Peace. Oh, I was having a really good conversation with him, man. Anyway, anyway, I actually don't want. Please, nobody else hit the link. This is actually perfect. I'll close out in about 2 minutes. Yeah, but Ayoba, like, okay, I don't know if I think this. I think the second generation Africans do it too. But first generation African, especially look at a lot of these African soccer or football, as some people call it, football teams. You'll see somebody who clearly looks 26, but their football age is 17. It's 19. And you're like, but this guy has a beard, he has children, he's married. How is this guy really 17? It's because he's traveling with fake documents. This happens all the time. Like, some people are just so dishonest. They really are. And you know what? The justification of some Africans lying about their age, and not just lying, like someone asks you how old you are, you say, oh, you're 21 when you're actually 33. Actually having a fake birth certificate, the justification of them doing that and usually lowering their age when they're coming to the West is so that they can work longer, right? So if they're already 35, they're gonna lower it to 31 so that they don't have to retire at their actual age. That's the justification of them doing it. It's socially acceptable for you to do that just when you're traveling. So I mean, I'm just telling some of y'all to be careful, because someone who you think is 37 could actually be 33. I mean, I don't know how common it is nowadays, but I suspect some people in my ESL class, and yes, I had to go to ESL. Can you imagine? I had to go to ESL. ESL is English as a second language. English as a second language class. I suspect some Africans in there who were saying they were uh 17, 18 were actually 23, 21. I suspect some of them were, because some of these people look real mature. They looked real mature. I've even seen over here a quote unquote 12-year-old that legit looks 17. Well, their age on their documents said 12, but I'm like, when did 12-year-olds grow facial hair like this? I was really confused. Extremely confused. But anyway, um, what's a bank? You don't know what a banku eater is? A banku eater is me. I eat banku. Let me see if I have a picture of banku up here. I should. Alright, unless I removed it. Oh man, I removed it. Okay. Banku is like it's maize. Ba banku, like, man. Okay, it's made out of a different ingredient, right? But if have you ever seen a rice ball before? Like a rice that's formulated like a ball like form that you're supposed to dip into soup. That is what banku looks like. Not what it is though. But that's what it looks like. It kind of does look like fufu, but it doesn't share the same consistency as well. That's what it is. Right, he's a black South African. I can hear from his voice. Yeah, Roddy's. I would say Roddy is extremely well. In my opinion, Roddy is very light skinned. I know you could be light skinned and black, but I'm just saying, like, he's really light skinned. He has. I should have asked him what tribe he comes from. He has a very interesting look. It's like a typical South African look. Um. Oh no. Okay. Anyways, maybe I'll just end off with a little bit of FIFA. Is anyone here watching FIFA? Cause I mean, to be honest, I don't remember the 2018 FIFA. I'll be honest, I don't remember the last one. I only remember 2014 and 2010 or 2006. I'll be honest, I don't remember that one. So this is very interesting. It's much more interesting than last year's FIFA to me personally. Maybe because I'm paying attention to it, and maybe because it's during the holiday time as well. I really love this aspect of it. Because summer, so many things are already going on. So FIFA's just like it's a summer thing, but now I know it's only for this time, but it's just different having it in the winter time. It is. And Morocco is playing very soon. It was very controversial, the whole Morocco thing, because you had some of these African channels that were like, oh, we support Morocco. Morocco represents Africa. But then you had other Africans be like, why should we care about Morocco? They don't represent Africa. Blah, 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 blah. You guys forgot about the migrants that got detained and killed in the Morocco Spain border. So to me, see, it's really difficult for me to talk about this because, if I say anything about good about Morocco, then you'll have people say that I'm caping for North Africans or Arabs. And if I say anything bad about it, then you'll have the other side that'll be like, oh, but they're still in the continent and that's what we mean. So when it comes to Morocco, it's like, I'll be honest, like it's even difficult for me to show support for Morocco because of that reason. Because I feel like if I say anything good about a North African country, then it's like, oh, well, that must mean you have inferiority complex. Like, I don't know how that automatically means that, but apparently it does. So if I give props to Egypt, then automatically I must have inferiority complex. If I give props to Egypt, and I actually like Egypt. No, Egyptians are cool people. I've never had an issue with them. But then if I say I've met an Egyptian and they're a really nice person, then automatically it's like, oh, well, those are Arabs. Those are people that are not supposed to be in Africa. Why are you caping for them? It's like, this whole they're not supposed, like, at the end, they're already there. It's like this argument of they're not Africans is it's like, how many centuries are we supposed to have this argument? you know Nobody said they're black. They don't even say that they're black. What is the argument about? What is actually the argument about North Africans even about, to be honest? Because you'll have people say, oh, well, they're not original, they're invaders. And I'm just like, most of the continent is not the original people that were always there, anyways. But because they happen to fit certain stereotypes, that's completely fine, right? Like, that's migration patterns, invasions happen all over the continent. But because those migration pattern or invasions happen by certain phenotypes, that's completely okay. But the one that happened in the north is that's the one that is just, I don't think that's it. I think what people are mad about is the fact that, look at Hakimi and his mom, for example. His mom looks black and he kind of Arab. Yeah, his mom does look black and his dad is, I would say, a spicy white passing Arab. Spicy white passing, because he's not white, but he's he looks kind of Middle Eastern. But in any case, um, I think the issue with the whole North African thing, and it always goes back to these channels, is that uh, the North Africans are enslaving Africans, right? Or sub-Saharan dark Africans. The thing here is, though, the sub-Saharan Africans are, I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying that they're still choosing to go there to be enslaved, if that makes sense. I mean, they people need to stop acting like they don't know what's going on over there, but they're still going there. Do you get what? So to me, it's like, why are you still going there? I don't buy the whole excuse of there's no other way of getting out of the continent. There's no other way of getting out of... So what happened to planes? Is that air flight? What happened to that? I mean, I don't... Huh? Is the boat the only way to get out of there? Is that not the only way to get out there? Or some people, because let me tell you, me, I know about the Sahel route. Don't even try me with that. The Sahel is still West Africa. I know that. Trust, guys. I've heard about this Sahel route since 2010. I've heard about this. Some people are hearing about this. I've heard about this route since 2010. 2007. I didn't hear about it in 2007, but I'm saying it started in 2007 when people will cross the desert to get to Libya, to get to Europe. I know about this stuff. This isn't brand new. This isn't brand new to me. So it's like when people are just talking about it as if it's... People know that this is happening. The people that are crossing know that this is happening. They're still choosing to pay upwards of 3,000 US dollars, 2,000 US dollars, 4,000 US dollars to take their chances to get to Europe. But then the question is, why can't you just pay for a flight? No, because they want to be at sea and they want to be rescued as refugees, right? And that's more of an assurance that they're going to feel bad for you and you're going to be let into your country or in their country. But everyone wants to talk about, okay, the end goal is Europe. The end goal is to get to Italy. The Italians want the Africans out, by the way. The end goal is to get to Italy, right? But let me I'm gonna have to find one of these videos for you guys one of these days and we'll go through it together. But let me tell you guys this. Trying to get to Europe consists of about 3 problems before you actually get to possibly Europe. Number 1, you have to cross the Sahel Desert. Okay? The Sahel Desert is an actual desert. So if you are coming from, let's say, a region in West Africa, right? Because those regions of West Africa are under the desert. So the first possibility is A, if you're female, you're going to be used as basically as a concubine. That's a possibility because the guys there driving you through the desert, I mean, you're already going to be seen as a slave. to be honest. So you're gonna be used as a concubine. I don't want to say the word, but you're gonna be used there. That's very likely chance. Number two, if you're a male and you're trying to cross the Sahel Desert, if you do not have money, you don't have enough money. Let's say you run out of money, you don't have money to eat, blah 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 blah. There's no laws, or there are no laws in the Sahel. They could just end your life right there. They have weapons on them. They could just end you off right there, drop you off in the desert. They don't even need to bury you. That's another possibility. Okay. Three, you didn't bring enough money with you anyway, so you're gonna starve, and they're gonna kick you or throw you off of the car. So even crossing the Sahel is life threatening. It's not easy. It takes days to cross the desert in that heat. Another possibility, when they're trying to cross you in the Sahel, if you're going in the car and your navigator, the director, so the driver, doesn't know the way of the desert properly, because remember, there are not a lot of markers in the desert, right? For obvious reasons. No, the sand just blows. There are not a lot of markers. You could get lost in the desert. No one's going to find you. It's happened plenty of times. I don't know why people just, talk about this trip as if there's such a good possibility of you making it. There isn't. It's a very deadly trip. Anyways, let's say for whatever reason, or somehow luckily, you survived the Sahel, right? You were able to survive the desert crossing. Next is you finally getting into Libya or Tunisia, but it's usually Libya or Tunisia. I'm not sure about the other countries. Now, the problem is, right? The problem is now that basically you can get stuck there. Again, the whole concept of running out of money. Now you're in Libya. What are they going to do? You're probably going to be in the detention camp. You're going to be caught as a slave. There's no laws. There are no laws in Libya. I'm not sure about Tunisia. If you're there walking by yourself, somebody could take you on the street and you work for them. You're a slave now. You're not getting to Europe. You're stuck. Do you know how many females and males are stuck in the detention centers in Libya? Most of them don't even make it to Europe. They're stuck. They're stuck there. What are people going to ask now? How about, why aren't there any international measures to solve this or fix this? Who cares about this? People from the governments, from people from those countries don't care about this. Who's going to speak on these people's behalf and place pressure on the Libyan government, who has collapsed, by the way? There is no active government over there right now. Who's going to place pressure on them to release people who ran away to get to Europe? What are the chances of that? Okay, thanks. The Sahara Desert, not the Sahel. I just call the whole thing the Sahel. But thanks. The Sahara Desert. What are the chances that people are gonna release those people? And then another possibility is sometimes they run out of money when they're in Libya or Tunisia, right? Because they're traveling with money. You don't just get in the car and you leave. You have to keep paying these connection mans, and that's what they're called. You have to keep paying these connection mans at every spot or every stop. So if you're trying to get to Niger to um if you're trying to get from Niger to Libya, if you're trying to get from Niger to Chad, Niger to Tunisia, let me go back. The starting point, right, is usually southern West Africa. So the starting point is usually either Gambia, Ghana, Nigeria. I'm not sure about Sierra Leone and if they do it, but those are the starting points of the countries. You need to now get to either any of those countries up to Mauritania, Mali, Niger, or Chad to get up to Libya. I know that the most popular route is go through anywhere just to get to Niger and then go up there to Libya. So throughout all of these stops, all of these people and all of these countries that you're stopping by, you need money to pay people off. What happens is when these people run out of money, then they have no choice but to stay in Libya and to work for the Libyans. So normally what they'll do is they'll do construction jobs, and some of them just get stuck in Libya. They'll never go back. They'll be stuck there. They can't even go back home to their country because they're working for next to nothing. You're not a documented citizen. Nobody knows who you are. You're from another African country. Your government doesn't even know you're there, nor do they probably care. Libyan government doesn't even see you. So you're going to be stuck there. So anyways, that was me talking about even just scenario number 2. Okay, the third scenario, the third thing that could go wrong if you're trying to get to Europe is somehow you get to Libya, everything is not that great, but somehow you still get the chance to leave, right? Third possibility is now you have to pay money once again, no surprise, to get on the connection boat. The connection boat from Libya to Europe. What are the problems with this? They usually overload the boats because I forgot to mention, if I didn't make it obvious, you have to pay to get on the boat to go to Libya. Sorry, to go to Europe. You have to pay. You don't just get on the boat. You have to pay to get on it. So if you don't have money to get on it, you're not going to Europe, number 1. Number 2, there's no honesty or anything like that there. So you could have already paid somebody and the person could have lied and said, "Oh, no, you didn't pay. You have to pay again." That's another headache. Number 3, you finally get on the boat. You manage to go through all these hurdles, right? The other problem now is what if the boat capsizes? Which often happens, by the way. The well, I don't know how. Okay, I won't exaggerate. It doesn't happen. Actually, I don't know how often it happens. I'll be honest. Actually, I'm not sure. But yeah, the boat that they take is usually overloaded. It's usually a dingy, like a though you've seen it before. I'll show a picture, but it's not like an actual boat. It's a plastic boat. So that's what it is. Those are usually the situations. So yeah, as you guys can see, anywhere from here, anywhere from the green part of West Africa, you're trying to get to Niger, and then they usually just take this route right here from Niger to Libya. I To be honest, I'm not sure about Algeria. I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I don't know. But all I know is they take this Niger route throughout most of the Sahara, and then they try to get to Libya. And then once they get there, obviously they try to get to Europe, which is not too far. But sometimes even that doesn't end up happening. So the trip, anyways, to try to get to Europe, to be honest, that illegal route, I'm not even gonna sit here and lie. It's not really worth it. There are too many things that could go wrong. Now, I know I'm saying it's not even worth it, but how many instances in there could you have lost your life before even touching Europe? Way too many instances. So yeah, basically it's not worth that's what we're saying. Like it's just not worth it. But people are still waking up every day saying that whatever country they're in Africa, or whatever country they come from in Africa, is so bad that they must take this route. And we've been having this problem for at least 30 years now. At least 30 years. So these are the dingy boats. These are the boats that they take to cross to get into Europe. And as you can see, there are so many things wrong with this. But I mean, if you're paying for a connection, man, and all you're trying to do is get to Europe, these are the ways that you willingly agree to get exploited. So, I mean, I'm just being honest about the situation. I'm not trying to like sound insensitive or like, oh, like I don't care, or oh, to hell with them, or like, oh, this is their fault. But this is stuff that some of them are aware of and they still do it. They know this and they still do it. You guys thought I was joking about the dingy boats. I wasn't. So yeah, that's yeah, that's unfortunately it's yeah, I don't yeah. Anyway, guys, are you guys making fun of Kaizo, man? Free Kaizo, free Kaizo. It's so funny to make fun of Kaizo, but he deserves it. I mean, he literally calls Africans name all the time. Like, that's the karma that you get. That's the karma that you get. I swear, there's only one person in here that cares about Kaizo. Okay, actually, that one person in the chat section and Ike or Gyamin are the only two people that really like feel sorry for Kaizo. Me, I'm just like, Kaizo, I kind of feel sorry for you sometimes, but at other times I feel like you deserve what you get because it's just coming back to you. I mean, you call African monkeys and you want Africans to love you for what? Like, huh? Am I the only one who sometimes it's like when Kaizo complains, I'm just like, what are you complaining about? Like, this isn't this what you expect from monkeys? Like, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, let me stop though, cause yeah, I can definitely see someone like Icon nuking if he had the power. Okay. What is the? I don't listen. I don't listen. I don't come up with those things. I that's not a question for me. You can go ahead and ask an African president. That's not a question for me because I don't know where to start. Okay, they say as they don't fleeing, but people travel to Europe in inflatable boats. People are really no comment, no comment, no comment at all. Those boat rides are dangerous. Yep, they are. This is so shady. Oh my gosh. Oh, the Sahel Desert is brutal. I'd be watching. Okay. Plus, Sahel Desert is a magnet. Yep. Oh yes, yes, yes. I forgot to mention. Thank you for reminding me. So in the Sahara Desert, another bad thing that happened, other than you starving, you losing your way, you being used as a concubine, or you not having enough money, so they see you as extra weight and decide to like just put you off of the boat, like no grave, no burial site, or you actually run out of money to go to the next step. That's another thing too. There are some human trafficking instances that happen in the Sahara. And again, how do people get away with this? It's a lawless it's a lawless piece of land, basically. There's no laws, there's no rules. Those are desert nomads for the most part. Like, you can't reason with people like that. You cannot. They're hungry. They're crazy. People will literally do organ harvesting over. They don't care. They will do it. It's happened multiple times. How many I don't know because I don't have figures on this, and it's actually kind of impossible for obvious reasons to get figures on this, right? Yeah, but it happens. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Libya is still messed up after Gaddafi got taken out. Slavery's illegal. Is it interesting? Doesn't seem like it. Libya was start. Yep, it was. Yeah. So basically, after 2012, I think, to be fair, I think before 2012, traveling through Libya to get to Europe wasn't that bad because of that reason. But after Gaddafi, was ousted, um, things have gotten much worse. So it clearly is not safe to use there as an entry to get out of Africa. Clearly. But, people will try their luck. because I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. I really don't. But yeah, if I was living in sub-Saharan Africa, I wouldn't even want to leave. Everything you need there. How do I know all? Because this list, this is about 10 years of me hearing about this stuff. That's how I know, to be honest. Do you know how many documentaries I've watched of people speaking in their language, talking about the treacherous journey they had to make? Some of them talking about they were stuck in Libya for 10 years. I've heard I've heard about this for so long that I'm even sick of this story. But yeah, I'll keep going. Okay, let's send Kaizo to Italy. No, Kaizo's too smart for Italy, trust me. Imagine Kaizo crossing the Sahara, becoming a slave in Libya, trying to flee. No, 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 no. He's too smart, man. Kaizo's too smart for that. That IQ don't mean to a bunch of Turan catchers. Oh, yeah. Kaizo's gonna work in the. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Okay, bro, one boat will have a. Exactly, yes. Do you think these people care? Do you think these Arabs, as Icon Fire call, do you think these Arabs care? Dude, they trying to get as many heads as they can on the boat. They will overload it. They don't care. If it's, let's say, let's say lowest case scenario, right? Let's say it's $1,000 per person, right? Because these are pretty expensive, guys. Trust me. I don't know how people get this money, but they do. Trust me. Let's say they charge $1,000 per person, and there's 30 people in the boat. These Libyans are making 30K just from doing this. Just from doing this. Which is disgusting. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not taking the blame away from the Libyans, but it's like, why would you willing? Oh my god, why would you get on this? Why? Why would you agree to this? You know what? Yeah, I guess I don't understand the level of being that desperate. Thank goodness, I'm actually thankful that I don't have to. But why would you get? Ha- Who's the captain? Oh my goodness, this is really embarrassing, man. The fact that this is my people, or these are my people doing this, is even more embarrassing. It's even more embarrassing because I can't even be like, oh no, I don't know who's on there. I have no idea. I know the nationalities of the people who are on there. These are my people. It's actually not even a lot of Central Africans on there, believe it or not. I'm actually shout out to Central Africans for that. There's a lot of West Africans on there. There are. Yeah. It's hmm. No, he did not call. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yes, he did. He did call African monkeys. He did. Trust me, I'm not making that up. He did call African monkeys. And I think he was specifically talking about Kenyans. But still, same thing. What happened to Kaizo? Kaizo Kaiser went live on his second channel today, actually. What? I don't even want to say what happened, to be honest. I think I'll leave that to him to let you know. But Kaizo's fine. Nothing happened to, like, he's not arrested or anything bad happened to him. He's just not streaming on his main channel right now, is all I'm gonna say. Unless someone wants to say it, but just not me, because yeah, I don't want it to come back to me. Kaizo is gonna revolutionize gold mining for oh my goodness, that's so funny. Everything to serve. No, no, you guys need to have. I mean, not you guys. These people, clearly not you guys. These people need to have limit. And guys, this is an open secret, right? But please use common sense, right? Please. I'm trying to say it without saying it. Think about some Africans currently that are in Europe. How do you think some of them got there? Seriously, I'm not even joking. The ones that did this probably won't tell you because no, this is embarrassing. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. But how do you think some of the Africans in Europe got there? Like how, especially some that call on these panels. How do you think some of them got there? That's all I'm gonna say. So anyway, hungry and crazy is a good combo for. Yeah, yeah, like I don't know. I'm really trying to understand here why someone would do this. I'm really, trust me, I'm trying to understand, but it's so difficult. It's so difficult for me. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I really I don't. I can't even lie. I can't, because to me, right? To me, if you have $2,000, and guys, I'm talking US. Don't think I'm talking about African current. I'm literally talking about the US dollar. If you have $2,000, why don't you just go on the plane? Like I just because we're talking about Africa to Europe, right? So Africa to Europe, it's not even 2000. I just don't understand. Like honestly, this is just so embarrassing. This is so, and guys, I know you guys have seen some of these documentaries where people will bring their children to this journey. Some of these boats, it's not just adults. There's also women, which is whatever in this case, to be honest, because if you're a woman and you're doing this, you're kind of crazy, to be honest. Like, you're really crazy. But women and children, what kind of mother brings her child into this? This is just, oh God, this is just too much. This is how you know people are really not thinking. You cannot be thinking with a straight, clear mind and do this. You just can't. But yes, you have those instances. Kaiser will be the second terrorist after working his way up the ranks, trying to pee. Okay, it's funny. No. Yeah, it's Francis Nogam. I can't even say that word, dude. I don't even know his name, man. Is it Francis Nag? Is it Nagano? Okay, it's Francis Nuganu, right? Or is it Nagunu or Nuganu? Whatever. Francis Ngunu's fault. That guy made it. Now everyone thinks they'll make it. Yeah, that's correct. He. When did he get there? By the way, because I'm trying to put the timelines together. Because yeah, guys, this is not a recent phenomena. This has been happening at least 20 to 30 years from my recollection. So it's been happening for a while now. 30K per boat sounds like a good business. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, people are getting rich. I would rather live in the bush, grow my own food, than to risk my life or becoming a slave trying to cross the Sahara for this false sense of prosperity in the West. Yeah, they're doing all of that to possibly, and I know some people have made comments of to do all of this so that you can go to Italy to pick strawberries, but okay, no, honestly, one of these days I have to do a live on this because there's a lot that goes into this. Sometimes what happens when these guys get to Italy, right? They actually do end up doing farm work for like $7, $8 a day. They that's the best job that a lot of them can find because they don't have documents. They don't have papers. Yeah, I don't know what it's called in a lot of European countries, to be quite honest. But in Canada and US, it's an SSN or social insurance number. You need a number to be able to work, an identification number. You need documents. If you don't have a social insurance number, if you don't have, you can't get a job. You can't work. They have nothing to tax you with. So what do you think happens to these migrants when they get to these detention centers and they're undocumented? They really don't have, they don't really have a reason to be there. They're going to be the extra farm hands and they're going to be paid next to nothing in Italy. So you're you're probably crossing the river. You survived. Okay, that's not a river. Jeez, the ocean. You sur- you survived to get to Italy to possibly be picking strawberries for real. Do you understand how hopeless that is? Some of these guys don't even get paid properly. They have to stay in Italy. They can't even go on vacation to their countries to visit because they're getting paid they're getting paid $7 a day. Yes. Guys, this is happening. This is not even, I know I'm laughing. I'm sorry. I don't mean to I don't mean to laugh. It's really not funny, but it's like yeah, sorry. I don't mean to laugh. It's really not funny. I'm actually reading the comment section too. But yeah, that's the reality. People are picking strawberries, they're picking apples, they're picking lemons, they're picking grapes. Because you know how Italy, they like wine. They're picking all of these things for next to nothing. They traveled all the way there to do this. And they're stranded. They can't. Anyways, recommendations, if anyone's thinking about doing this, please don't do it. It's not worth it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's got there are too many dangers involved in this journey, and for whatever reason, I don't know why this is not widespread knowledge. I really don't, but this is not something that should be done. It's too risky. Very few do make it and become famous. Okay. If that was the case, I think more people would be doing that, and I think more people would be successful in doing that. That's usually not the outcome of this. So please stop crossing. Please stop. Please just stop. This is not safe. This is very bad. This is really bad, man. It's really bad. Where's the second? The second channel is called Kaisorian Empire TV. So it's the exact same name as Kaisorian Empire. You just add TV to it, and that's the second channel. Just give up on Africans? Nah, never, man. Africans need to know about this. I mean, they do know, but I don't think they understand how serious this is. Like, a lot of them keep thinking, "Oh, well, that's a possibility, but it's not going to happen to me." Someone, I don't know. I guess more organizations need to tell people not to do this. There are radio stations, TV stations that advise them not to do this, but I don't know. They just do it anyways, really, to be quite honest. Why don't more West African? I don't think the Caribbean is advertised. It's not advertised. The Caribbean is more so advertised as a destination to go on vacation. It's not really advertised as a destination to work. So I would say that the media is not there. And I don't think some people even know about the Caribbean, to be honest. Like, I don't even think they know about that place at all, to be honest. It doesn't seem like they do. Um oh shoot. Do, do, do. I'm going to do it. I also want fame. Oh my gosh. Okay. But yeah, guys. And that's it though. I don't even know how I got to this. I don't even know how I got to this rant about this Sahara Desert and illegal crossing. But yeah, guys, that's it though. I will be signing off because I do have to go to bed. Um yeah, I do have to go to sleep though. So I'll see you guys next time, probably on Friday. See ya.